7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and it's a program, Doug, where friends gather and drop by at any time.
Ours is a type of program where friends feel they can drop by at any time.
Martin, do you feel like that's the type of program we have?
I think we have a lot of invites out there, and they just don't come by.
No.
A lot of folks have been invited. Here we sit.
Well, we welcome Jamie Rivers and Isaac Bruce to today's program.
Okay.
How about that? Those are our friends.
Yeah, we got friends.
What's the Reverend doing, Martin? You texted in the group chat last night that he's got a scholarship?
Yeah, he's in town for an event. He has his foundation, the Isaac Bruce Foundation, started after he retired, and once a year he'll come into town and he'll surprise. We like a good surprise. A couple of students, high school students, and they get the scholarship package. And it all started, he said, when he was like being recruited for college. He said, you get these college scholarships. And he said, if you have no money, it almost means that you can't even afford like a plane ticket to get to the school. This is before NIL, and they're just throwing money all over the place. And he said, I literally didn't have money to get on the plane, like to go to college. So he puts these packages together, and it gets you airfare, toiletries like set up in the dorm. And these are not athletes. These are just great students who get a college scholarship but don't have any other funding. So he goes to their school and surprises them with these monetary packages. So he's in town for the day doing that.
I remember when Rich Grauer was coaching St. Louis U basketball, this is years ago, maybe early 90s, and he said sometimes they'd be out of town on a game, and the team would have the night off for the game the next day, and everybody wanted to go to a movie, and there were some who couldn't put together $8 to $10 to go to the movie.
Isn't it crazy how it went from that to now saying, we need a quarterback. What's it cost? $2 million? All right, here you go.
I might stay in school so I can make more money as opposed to go pro. That is where we have gone. Jamie Rivers, 8:15. Isaac Bruce, 9:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email of the day. 10. No, Doug, I'll try to do 10:51 today.
Okay.
How's that?
That's fine.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Two pieces of news from yesterday. Number one, the Cardinals are coming tra-la, tra-la.
Doug doesn't like a series when it's not good enough.
I enjoy a series win. It's just not meaningful, really.
But it is.
It doesn't count for anything.
You
Three-game series all year long, 667 winning percentage, and then you get to play a best-of-3 series against a team that went 82-80.
Well, the series at the end of the season, the playoffs, that series matters. The other series, just stack up as many wins as you can possibly get. And if it means winning series, great.
Man, we should have asked the skipper when he was on last week about this. He would have taken you to task. All he was about was winning series.
It's just, it's a great short-term goal, but it's really, in the big picture, it's overanalyzing things because it doesn't matter.
Is this a serious Doug take, or are you poking the crowd? Oh, okay.
No.
Okay,
well, no, I really feel that way.
You do?
But I don't. It doesn't keep me up at night. It's not. It's not the focal point of my life.
Martin, I have to take issue with that question, especially with Dan Orlovsky right above you. It was almost like fitting, like an angel, the angel
over my shoulder, literally.
Yes, he is. He's up there right now, giving a take that I know deep down he doesn't believe, but that's how he's got to make his living, and I understand that. That's essentially our industry at this point. But this program has been founded in A, being creepy, but B, Jackson calls it honesty in media. Honesty in media.
So you're appalled that I would insinuate
that there was some kind of Orlovsky and Stephen A. Smith social media, get me engagement theater going on. Doug absolutely believes this.
But I'm surprised. That's why I had to query Doug. I'm surprised.
What is the big picture value in winning the series?
If you win 2 out of every 3, then you're 6-3.
Okay, well,
that's right.
Whether that's
then you're 9-4.
But whether that's a series or not, the only thing that matters is how many wins you have at the end of the year, not how many series you win.
But if you do that consistently,
well,
it
sure,
will add up.
That'll be great. Like I said, it's a great short-term goal. But here's the example again. You win 2 out of 3, and the next series you win 2 out of 3, and the next series you lose all 3. Hey, you won 2 out of 3 series. Things are good. No, the only thing that matters is your record is 4-5.
Right. Well, there's no trophy for winning series, but if you do it consistently, then the wins will pile up.
Well, sure.
And then you'll get eliminated in the first round by a lesser team, which is Tim's point. Yeah. Therefore, I agree with the Cardinals. Don't try.
Well, you're perfect timing because today they have a day game on a getaway day, and you just might see something.
I'm going to the game.
Oh, wow.
My buddy Sharky from California, he's in town, and he said, let's go to the ball game. And I said, tickets might be available. I'm looking forward to it.
I don't know.
Hey, they beat Paul Skenes.
How about that?
Yeah. Geez, Liberatore looks like Steve Carlton here all of a sudden.
Southside Seaman Fantasy Baseball Club, Martin, as you know, the New York Yankees, Alabama Crimson Tide of fantasy sports. Very pleased that he was on the waiver wire. And I don't know where this has come from, Doug, but it's delightful to see what Matthew Liberatore is delivering.
Yeah, really. He looks as good as anybody they have right now. And I don't know if we should read anything more into Graceffo closing it out last night.
Oh, Bill. Are you saying the Southside Seaman should pick him up off the waiver wire?
I'm not saying that.
Sounds like you're going to pick him up off the waiver wire.
Almost always that would have been Helsley's spot. Now, he did pitch the night before through 19 pitches. I would think he could pitch 2 nights in a row after throwing 19 pitches. I would think. I don't know if it's reading too much into it to say maybe they're trying to make sure that Helsley stays healthy for a possible trade, and they're grooming Graceffo as his replacement. Maybe I'm reading too much into that.
The Cardinals are a game out of second place.
Okay. That's like winning a series.
They won another series.
Thank you, Martin. Today, for the record, the Tam Avenue Capital Partners, one of the reasons why we have that big building in downtown Lemay is our wagers on the unders on getaway day games in the afternoon. Now, I want to make this clear because what Doug off air would call a hilljack will contact me when it goes over and say, see, it doesn't work. But here's the thing. If we can get that to happen more than 55% of the time, we have profit. And I'm telling you this, way more than 55% of the time do you get unders on these getaway day games. This one is set pretty low at 7.5, so we won't manage it. But oftentimes, especially teams that don't really have designs on greatness, they'll just go, let's wrap this up and tell the rookies, let's see if we can get up and down in maybe 2 or 3 pitches, and then we'll get on the plane a little sooner and maybe meet our friends that we met in the DMs quicker in the new city. Just being transparent, because once again, this is honesty in media. You might not like to hear it, but maybe you need to hear it.
No, you said something.
DMs, bro.
You said something there
you
that
slide into people's DMs.
caught my attention. You said maybe we'll meet our new friends that we met in the new city.
DMs in a new city.
Okay.
Drop into my DMs, bro.
You know all about it. It
Okay.
sounds like.
So you're talking about old high school friends or college
Absolutely.
chums that might have taken a job in this next
Roommates.
city?
Roommates.
Okay. You're going to go out to a driving range somewhere, that kind of thing.
Guys you used to meet behind the Taco Bell off Providence to make a transaction with and then sit in the car for an hour while wondering where you are. Who am I? Why am I here? Admiral Stockdale, 1992,
yeah,
vice
that was
presidential.
Or Sigma Chi Mizzou? It's one of the two.
Zizai chapter.
One of the two. The only thing logistics-wise, Tim, they're traveling tomorrow. They're in town tonight. They get a chance to have a Wednesday pony.
Take the over.
What you're referring to is like Pozo hitting cleanup today, is what you're saying.
The old getaway day lineup, yes. So, hey, you know what, Doug? They've won the series, which I know you prioritize.
I don't.
But maybe they can win all 3. A clean sweep of those buccos. And kind of a surprise, but Pittsburgh is in last place. They're 12-25, but nobody is playing better than the Rockies, who are now 6-28.
Yikes. Man. You almost
And the
have to
Marlins are in
try.
last place. Again, this is all surprising, and I want to reemphasize this. Baseball's economics, fine. It's all wonderful. As if we could not, you could have parlayed this. Who will be in last place in the 3 National League divisions on May 7th? You would have hit that sweat-free.
Yeah.
White Sox are up to 10 wins, Tim. Look at those
9.
Sox.
Trust me, I need the Tam
They've
Avenue
gone 4 and 6 in their last 10. They're
Yeah,
kind
that
of
feels
pale
great.
kind of heating up a bit.
Feels great.
Who came up with pale hose for White Sox? I just
Jackson
don't
is
care for
somebody who
that.
has that in his nickname. Do you find it offensive?
Pale hose.
Yes. You know what I do.
take issue.
I was going to take to social media.
How about the Red Stockings? That's stupid, too.
Do you have a problem with that one, Jackson?
Less?
Are you still doing clerical work?
No.
Oh.
Well, you can change your text inbox name through Friday. Friday at 11 a.m., and then Jackson's done, and he's playing Log Cabin at 11:30.
No. Log and bogey.
Yeah.
No, I'm all good.
Okay. Didn't it look like clerical work, Tim? Typing over there?
Focused.
Focused?
Oh, is today a big day?
No. Not any bigger than any other day.
They're all big.
That's right. Well, on the day when you can win a series.
Could have Gary Bennett hitting cleanup. We should have Gary Bennett on every time there's a day game, a getaway day game.
Martin, you like logistics, and the audience likes behind the scenes. I brought this little fun fact that I have been observing for a while now. And again, it's not absolute, but it's absolutely oftentimes the under, and you'll go, holy crap, the game started an hour ago and they're in the 6th inning. To friend of the program and now friend of agriculture, Jim Edmonds. And so when he'd be calling those day games, he would send me, and it would be like 1-0 in the 7th inning. He'd go, man, take the under again, huh? And I go, there it is. Now you're starting to see. But he goes, when we were playing, there wasn't like a conscious effort. So he did not say when they were down. But at the same time, those teams were, stacked with guys who were either on their way to Cooperstown or borderline Cooperstown, and they were in first place. So
it's like a subconscious, like, hey, we don't really want to be here. We kind of want to hit the plane and get rolling. Maybe have a Jack and Coke on the tarmac. Let's go.
But there isn't a veteran player who goes locker to locker and kind of whispers in the guy's ear, swing at anything. Let's get out of here.
Hey, rookie, if I see you have more than 3 pitches and you're at bat, yeah, you're going to be pinned up against the locker after the game.
Tony, would you say it was about as fast as it could possibly go because the guys really didn't want to be here? Yeah, that's a good question.
You are welcome to get involved. Many are choosing to do so. 314-3999-646. That's the text inbox. Then you got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where people have changed their own names, Doug, and they're now going by different nom de plumes. But, Jackson, you don't change the YouTube names, right?
No, that's not an option.
That's their own accord. Roman Polak's Wrench is in there talking a hot shot hit foul, and Pope Jugs are all in there. And that's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 132 friends gathered early in the morning here on TMA, a program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, which is online at brownandcrouppen.com, or you can call 314-222-2222 if you are in a position where you need a personal injury attorney. You would want somebody who is local, and Brown and Crouppen is local through and through. Founded in St. Louis in 1979 and still doing business in St. Louis. Years later, they pride themselves on being committed to the St. Louis community and delivering the best service they can to those in need. It's Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com, 314-222-22. When you call, make sure you let them know they heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Let's see. Mr. Licks was waiting for Jackson right at 7 o'clock. Martin, I don't know if you've noticed this in the text inbox. You've certainly become familiar with the hostility. But do you notice that at 7 o'clock there are people who, right at 7, they send their texts in, and I don't know if it necessarily gets them read, but they want to convey the importance of the text. Mr. Licks at 7 o'clock says, I'm low-key pissed at how Jackson has handled the maypole discussion. Jackson, would you like to?
So he was waiting for the show to begin to address this issue.
That's correct.
Oh, boy.
Where are you, pal? We need you.
When you get asked, I'm upset with the way you're handling the maypole discussion, or you have 8 different retorts in your holster. Like, what a ridiculous text.
Okay, blocking.
You would have blocked Mr.
Yes,
Licks.
I will if we get any text that bad.
If he wants to further discuss, he can ask something, but just that broad of a statement isn't going to get much out of me.
All right, forget Mr. Licks. I need you back in general. I just think you're not.
You guys are doing great. I'm just
Oh my
sitting
God,
here.
Doug, how about that?
I'm just sitting here.
Doing great. Let's go home.
I'm just sitting here enjoying the program.
7th inning already, Tim. It's 0-0.
It's like
That's exactly right.
It's like I'm a listener and I just get to enjoy the program.
I enjoy the ones that come in the middle of either the night or early morning at 5:40.
There's also that goes on, too.
5:40 a.m. Pat is an absolute effing D-bag.
Who is Pat?
I think it's the
And why is he
producer
chirping?
on the national show, producer Pat.
Michelle Smallman's program.
Yes, but producer Pat often does some segments, and I wasn't listening at 5:40, but apparently this listener was not happy with Pat because he felt the need to text in that he's an absolute effing deep bag, spelled out.
Doug, producer Pat taking shrapnel in the Air Comfort Service
Well,
text
it almost
box
feels like he's
locally.
got it coming.
Right, but that, of course, will never get to Pat or anyone involved with that show.
I disagree.
They're
I
texting
passed
into
these all
ours.
along.
Okay,
I
gotcha.
take it in part of onboarding.
Hey, Michelle, we got a text at 5:40.
Part of onboarding is us forwarding hostile text to Bristol.
This was sent at 7 o'clock, 6:58 for that matter. Good morning, TMA. I missed you, like the deserts miss the rain.
Really?
How about that? That's
It was
from
that dry.
Thrill-A-Fan 22, Thrill-Fan 22, which I believe is named after Will Clark, a surprise guest 3 weeks
Okay.
ago, Nurse.
Why would this guy miss us? We're here every morning.
Well, I think it's presumptuous to assume it's a gentleman, number one. But secondarily, maybe just hadn't heard us since 11 o'clock and was kind of yearning, needed a fix.
Really?
Yeah, Thrill-Fan 22, Will the Thrill.
Okay.
Could blame him.
We went 20 hours without being on the air, and he missed us.
That's she. Speaking of she's, the star of The Real Housewives of TMA is not happy and saying, how sad that our sports talk is now reduced to this lame bickering about winning series. Damn it, Blues. Less than 2 seconds. Booch, pass it to Thomas. Ah!
Well,
FML, that is from Sharon, and she is in Clayton, Sanibel, Maui, and Michigan.
she's not over the Blues loss yet. As a lot of people are not.
You know what was interesting yesterday? Armstrong said he was never comfortable in the end there, the last few minutes. He said, because I knew that was our issue.
I don't know if this is inappropriate, but again, that's the brand. As I was watching that, and I watched the whole thing yesterday, Martin, I saw you,
You
make
went
an
back and
appearance.
watched? Oh, the
I
whole
watched
press
it live.
conference. I think about the game. I thought you
no,
went
no,
back and watched
no,
it.
no, no, no.
I wouldn't recommend that.
No. And I found myself falling in love with Doug Armstrong. I really did. I don't know if that's going to make it awkward the next time he's in here. I don't know if
I
he won't
think
come
he
in
might
here.
be coming in here
He's
at some
been
point,
around
so
him.
now it's really uncomfortable.
Yeah, so I'm going to have to. But I sat there, and I don't know how many. Listen, I realize most people have what I would call legitimate jobs and are not in a position at what did that get underway with the players around 11:30? And you were down there. I don't know if you were down there from the beginning.
Yeah.
Oh, you were.
It was
Okay.
about an hour and a half of
but
content.
so it was. I loved what the Blues did, bringing kind of guys out together, and then Montgomery, and then Armstrong. But what I loved, and I was texting with Jackson before the show about what sound to pull. I loved the stance he had. And again, I can't help but do it, but because we have these two contrasts in organizational statuses right now, one press conference last year starts off by talking about how they had a winning season when they won 83 games, which is like a college football coach talking about going to a bowl. And then another one just took the President's Trophy winning team in their building and were 1.6 seconds away from advancing to the second round when the expectations obviously were not there. And he goes, yeah, we had a good season, did have a great season, and how irritated he clearly was because he brought it up on his own. And Martin, you can vouch for it, and maybe you would add to it from what you saw or heard yesterday, how irritated he was by what took place in the end and wasn't spinning it. And I'm paraphrasing here, and Jackson, I know you have the sound, but what stood out to me is it wasn't, hey, this was a great year, we superseded expectations. It was, yeah, a lot of teams go into a season thinking they're going to have a great year, and they don't. And then other teams who are still playing didn't have the expectations, and they're here. So all of this stuff about we're going to grow from this and we're going to be good next year, maybe. But you don't know that. You don't know what the health is going to be. So when you have the opportunity, you seize it. And what bothers him about the last 2 minutes is it was a trend. And they gave up 15 goals, 6 on 5 this year, or in their case, 5 on 6. And then the stat that he gave was jaw-dropping to me. And that is that the Blues were the only team in the NHL who were minus in a 5-on-6 situation, and you go, well, you're up against it 5-on-6, but that also means that the net is empty at the other end of the ice. Right. So he was irritated by it, and he said, if we're still here in December talking about this, I'm going to have to give that quote about the killer instinct that my wife hates.
Wife hates. I love that part.
Yes. And
The
I'm like,
knife to
good
the...
for you. We're not going to spin. Now, I think part of that comes with he knows he's riding into the sunset. His credibility speaks for itself around hockey. I know some people in St. Louis don't like him or think he's too celebrated. But I just appreciate when somebody calls a ball, strike a strike, and if you don't like it, you don't like it, and that's what he did. And I think that, that was, I know he thinks the world of Jim Montgomery, but that's a failure of the staff to have that stat be there. And the fact that it was a trend is what really irritates him. It's another thing if it hadn't been biting him in the ass all year, but it had been, and it bit him twice in the most crucial of times. And he clearly wasn't over it, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. It was no spin. It was straightforward, and he's not happy, and he shouldn't be. God bless America, or Canada in his case.
Yeah, he said the quote, he referenced the quote. He didn't say it specifically, but Doug, you said it yesterday, where you take the knife and you shove it in their skull. It was just like the most vivid, brutal. He said, my wife hates that quote. Might have to bring it back out. Yeah. But to that same point, Braden Shen was asked, hey, now that you know you're a playoff team moving forward, and he said, you don't know.
Right.
That. He said, you don't. And that's why that moment is so painful, because you don't know what next year's going to bring. And Shen said, you don't know. You're not a playoff team, he said, until you are. In other words, there's no rubber stamp that they're in it next year. Sometimes the Army preseason forecast is almost depressing, because they'll say, well, if we're really lucky, we might be 8th or 9th best in the West. And you're like, but that's unbelievably candid. Boy, it's kind of depressing, but it's unbelievable. He said it with Bolduc. He said, all right, next year the leash, you got a long leash this year. Next year the leash is off. Like now you're at a different level. Expectations are different. He said Snuggie will get the leash because he's newer, but he was kind of spelling out where every player is in their career, the steps that they've taken. Montgomery even said, Frank asked the question, any regrets?
I loved that question, and I love Montgomery's answer.
And he said, and even at the 2 Fox, producer Dave and I the other night said, I wonder if you called timeout when it was 3-2, because just kind of calm everything down. And he said, I regret not calling timeout. He said in the intermission they'd gone over their plan, their strategy when it's 5-on-6, or they had just gone over it. He said, maybe we could have gone over it again. He feels the key in those situations is poise. I think is a polite way of saying Booch kind of really screwed it up.
Yes.
And
I
everyone
thought
sort of
that
knows.
exact same thing when he said that. So we'll have some of the sound from yesterday. I really did think it was outstanding. And, if you want to call me a rights holder, be my guest. The number to do so is 314-399-9646. But I think it's pretty clear that neither one of these organizations is employing me. And I'm candidly not really looking for it anyway. If I think something's good, I think something's good. And if I think it's bad. And I loved that Armstrong didn't do any spin yesterday. And I really appreciated that he conveyed his displeasure with the way that was handled, again, because it was a trend. That's the thing. It had been a trend. It had been biting him in the ass. Doug, I feel like you were talking about it back in February, about the Blues' issues in those spots. And my God, for it to end that way, that has been particularly frustrating.
Army said he felt worse off yesterday than he did 2 days before. He was
Montgomery said that. One of them said it for sure.
I thought Armstrong said it.
Maybe they both said
it's bothering me more now than it did 2 days ago. It's when you start packing up the locker and like the reality in that building that you're not playing a game here for 6 months, that might be also when it really hits him in that building.
That's what hurts when you're playing the most exciting games that you play the whole year, and the whole city's behind you, and you're having the time of your life, and then it's all over. Just like that, you go home and you don't get to play anymore.
I also thought Robert Thomas said something really interesting. He said, we're talking about the offseason, what moves will be made, whether it's trades, free agents, whatever. He said, you want to be a team that players want to come to. Mm-hmm. And he said, I think we are now.
Yeah.
And so for the last couple of years, when they were selling off parts and then they weren't a playoff team, it may not have been as appealing. And they sort of talked about that with Radek Fox. Does he want to stay? And Armstrong sort of said, it's up to the player, but when you have success, they're more likely to stay. So it is a rights holder's position to say it, but the franchise in this moment is in a good spot.
Yeah.
It really is.
I thought, if you listen, I don't know how you're handling everything. I couldn't watch the Vegas game last night, so that's where I am. And again, I'm well aware this is really mentally unhealthy, but I enjoyed watching that yesterday, and in particular of all of the interviews, I thought Armstrong was the best. Also, not particularly surprising, Dylan Holloway was never going to play. Tucker was not coming back. A difference between the two is that Holloway had to have surgery. So I gather the three of us were all kind of aware of what the case was. I think a lot of people, the majority of fans, were aware of that. But, it would still pop up, hey, with these extra days off in that Jet series, maybe Holloway can come back. And it just was not going to happen. He did get injured in that Pittsburgh game when a bunch of Blues got injured. And unfortunately, in his case, he had to have surgery, but he'll be back. Training camp, Tucker was not going to come back either. I loved his question regarding health overall. Robert Thomas kind of had a same approach to it. Jackson, can you do you have that one at your disposal regarding Armstrong and the team's health? Here it is.
If you're healthy enough to play, then you're healthy. So we're not going to use anyone's individual ailments as an excuse for not playing tomorrow night. And I don't say that to minimize what the guys go through, but I would be shocked if you went around to any team that played 6 months and 82 games, and everyone said, no, I feel great. You know, that's not the type of sport that we have. And so we had 2 guys that were injured, and that was it.
Yeah.
And I had asked earlier, Montgomery said Army will handle all injury questions, but I was curious how injured Thomas was at the beginning of that series. Now, he played very well, so it didn't seem to affect him. I felt early in that series like, oh, boy, is he how limited, and people were saying that we're up in Winnipeg. You should see him in the locker room. He's limping around. He obviously got better, but they didn't want to reference that one at all because it would sound like an excuse.
Exactly right. And Thomas was asked about it also, Martin, and I don't know if
he kind of said,
he
I'm
dismissed
good,
it.
whatever.
Exactly. And that to me, and that's not limited to the St. Louis Blues. I don't want to say it's limited to hockey, but I think it's more of a hockey thing, that we're aware how that's going to come off if I sit there and say, yeah, I got banged up at the end against Utah in the final regular season game, and I was probably playing 60%. It comes off as an excuse. We had the opportunity to advance, whether I'm healthy or not, and we were 1.6 seconds away, and we didn't get the job done, and that's the bottom line. So the last thing I'm going to do is use an excuse. I think that was the undertone of his answer, and then you had the same thing from Armstrong. And I think that overall, people appreciate authenticity, whether it is what they want to hear or not. If they're hearing from the people who are in charge what they truly think, whether they like it or not, that's how you build credibility as an organization, and that's how you get the emotional reciprocation of a fan base, as opposed to, I would call it using their hand on them. That's the term. That's the way I was raised, using their hand on them.
They're never going to say when they got hurt. They don't want to give the other guy the satisfaction of that check you hit me with was the reason I was hurt, because he might do it again the next year if he thinks he can hurt you. You would never give an opponent that satisfaction. It was also big that Armstrong came out and said Krug may be done for his career.
And he said Krug doesn't necessarily agree with that.
Yeah.
Talk about blatant. He said, I think he's done in a polite way, because he said the surgery was so invasive. And he said, I think Torrey, more or less, he said Torrey still wants to play. But Armstrong says, I think he's done. And I wasn't sure. I guess I thought that was possible, but nobody had said it that definitively. And another thing I would say in terms of comparing and contrasting the two, you've got Heimblum, who is sitting and waiting, who I did approach in Jupiter for TV and radio, and he said, let's hold off, maybe October or something. It's February. I'm like, holy smokes. I understand Mozeliak's in charge. This guy's over here kind of doing his thing. So yesterday, I made a joke to Army at the end. He was talking about Alexander Steen, how he's growing in the role. He is the GM in waiting. I think it's a year away. And I said something about, is he looking forward to talking to us? Because Steen didn't really enjoy the media scrums. He was famous for shoving the mics down, which I don't blame him. If somebody's got a mic flag that, 98.5 The Hog is, and they shove it up
new station
in your nostril, I get that. But I don't think he really enjoyed the media part of it. So I was joking about that with Armstrong. And he said, oh, yeah, he misses you guys or something. Later in the day, I got a text and said, would you like Steen for your Sunday night show? And I said,
oh, how about that?
I said, sure. And so I think they listened and heard, maybe we got to get this guy out there, even though I was just joking about it. I didn't even put in a request.
How about that?
And
was it Daddy Padre who set that up?
It was
He's not with the club.
I'm surprised nobody asked Army about him with all the talking he's doing, whether that's an issue in the room, Doug. Right. You think Daddy Padre, nobody asked about his future. I regret that. The soft media didn't go there. But they reached out after the fact, and I think it would be okay even for Heimblum to have been available, not constantly, but get him out there a little bit and say, here's what we've done in the minor leagues. Here's my model. Here's my plan. And we haven't done that at all.
It's bizarre, and it is tone deaf. But that has been the recent brand of the Cardinals. If anything, it could give some fans reason for excitement to go, oh, this guy, I see what he's doing. I see what the Cardinals are currently doing. And even if 2025 is unlikely to be a successful season relative to previous expectations of a fan base that has had a hell of a run with this team dating back to 2000, at least I can see what the plan is. No, we're going to put him in witness protection with Henry Hill. Eating ketchup and noodles? Is that what it was, Jackson? He was eating ketchup and noodles?
That's what they're making Hein Bloom do?
He's eating egg noodles.
He's eating ketchup?
Well, that's correct.
Arizona.
I honestly was like, oh, Steiner, we'll reunite. Hey,
So
how
on
you
the
doing?
sports final set, is he going to push his lav mic?
I would love that. I think I'll use a stick mic in the studio and just so I can shove it close to his face. It is a power move when you're the athlete to do that. But there are a few who do shove the mic higher.
Yeah.
It used to be a radio thing so that it would be seen on TV. So if you were at 96 for the Wizard, you'd hold it as high as you could, just so every TV clip. Doug, last night I saw your clip. You had a bunch
that
of
was a good
radio
clip.
I
mics.
did, yeah.
A bunch of radio mics.
Well, I've long been a critic of the quality of microphones. If you don't get it pretty close, you don't get very good sound. It seems crazy that in 2025 you still have to get a hand mic pretty close to a guy to get good sound.
Remember Jimmy Holder had like a fishing rod. It was like this huge, he would hang it over, kind of like a boom mic, because the ram scrums would get so big. He had this like 6-foot pole, and he would lean it with the microphone.
wow.
It was kind of like coming in from above.
Very effective.
Yeah, it is. I got to say, effective.
Veteran
Might be a
move.
lot. Veteran move. You are welcome to participate in said program. 314-399-9646 is how you can text in. Many are choosing to do so. And then you got the YouTube chat. 183 friends gathered. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMA. STL, and email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's DesignAirService.com. Doug, a little cloudy, but you probably noticed this. It's warm when we make our way into 101 ESPN in Creve Coeur, Missouri.
Well,
isn't that delightful?
It is. You said it in the way like we come together. Like we.
It's always the goal.
Gosh.
Beep, beep. Dougie's here. Let's go.
Yeah, this weather's much better. Yesterday was beautiful.
Here we go.
I'm okay now.
Here,
I'm
all
okay.
right, there we go.
All right.
Forecast is delightful. Nothing but 70s, low 80s here over the next 10 days or so. But hey, you're taking a look at Thursday and you're going, 87. Well, hey, it's going to be nice relative to the cold.
Yeah.
But 87, we're getting close to 90. That's when the air conditioning needs to be firing on all cylinders. Get it taken care of now on a day where the high is going to be 73, and you do so in advance with Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. The longest-running TMA sponsor. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client as well. Sponsor of the email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's Seth Goldcamp, and he is a loyal TMA sponsor, and we ask that you support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. That's why the show's been on for 21 years. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online for DesignAirService.com. It is TMA. You can watch it at youtube.com/TMASTL. Listen on 101 ESPN and the Dobbs Tire and Auto Center's 101 ESPN app. It is the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Michael's Flooring has been family-owned, family-operated for more than 3 decades. That's 3 decades of St. Louis area customers knowing they can count on Michael and his team. You can check them out at igotfloored.com. They have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis area, Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and in St. Peter's. You can come in and talk to them. You're going to see a difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not just pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. Right now, carpet is back in style, and they have a wide variety of different flooring opportunities for you to upgrade your home. They're online at igotfloored.com. Michael's passion is flooring. So when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why they've been in business for over 30 years and family and locally owned. It's Michael's Flooring, online at igotfloored.com. STL. Out in the outfield. Whoa. Just get you fired up for today's day tilt.
really
that Martin's
does.
going to with Sharky.
Can't wait. I'm looking forward to it. Think you go for does a sweep matter, Doug?
Yeah, how about that? How do you feel if they sweep?
Yeah, 3 wins in a row. Sure, that matters.
Oh,
big time.
great.
That's what it's all about.
This just in.
Series?
Sweeps are good.
Yeah.
Sweeps are good. Winning the series
Doesn't matter.
doesn't matter.
It's not bad. Nice short-term goal. It doesn't matter.
What about making sure they don't score 7 runs?
That matters.
Nice. All right, we're on the same page. Welcome to the Tam Avenue Capital Partners. Just a little note, we have a cash call. So you're going to need to wire some money over.
Cash call. Always a great. Just sit a little over this way. Hey, Randy, slide a little in this account over here. If not, I'll just take it.
We will not see your St. Louis baseball Cardinals again until May 19th as they head out for the standard Washington, Philadelphia, then over to Kansas City road trip before returning to take on the Tigers and Diamondbacks. So the Cardinals will be off on the road, which has not necessarily gone particularly well. But hey, they love playing at old Busch Stadium.
They sure do.
The discrepancy on the home road record, nobody's got it bigger than the St. Louis Cardinals. 14-6 at home, 4-13 away after last night's win.
Yeah, it's really incredible. It's got to be more than just how they're using their relief pitchers at the end of the games. They played some tough teams on the road, Mets, Red Sox, and some others. That's got something to do with it too. But it's remarkable how bad they've been on the road, and darn good at home. Very, very good at home.
They're not happy with the YouTube chat. The YouTube chat does not seem to be operating properly. I exited the YouTube chat and went back in, and everything's fine, but there is an additional stream that I was able to join that only had 60 or so friends. That's from the 314. There's a pirate YouTube chat?
No,
Someone's stealing our YouTube.
There's the
I mean,
101.
I'm looking at it right now. There's 200 people in there.
There's a 101.
There's a pirate, though.
There's a 101 ESPN.
Chairman
stream.
Kurt, you monitor the 101 ESPN YouTube chat. It's a different, Doug, it's a different neighborhood.
Yeah.
You know, it's been a month or 6 since I've been in there. I like my people of the TMA STL YouTube chat.
You'll occasionally interact with them.
I love talking it over
Yeah.
with the folks. Tiny Pee-Pee's in there.
Oh, is he really? Don PP or Tiny PP? And are they different?
Are they related?
I think they're from the PP family from Ladue.
The BPs.
Yeah, it's an old coal family, the PPs. That's correct.
Coal money.
Would that be French? PP?
Believe so.
I think so.
Table for pee-pee. Table for pee-pee's ready.
You can talk it over, take your pick of the pirate YouTube stream or the TMA one and talk it over with the wealthy peepees in the Michelob Ultra YouTube
Remember
chat.
that soccer player that was so good whose name was Kaka? That'd be worse than PP, wouldn't it?
Was he Argentinian?
Yeah, or Spain or one of those. He was a really good
One
player.
of
His name
those.
was Kaka.
I remember
Ouch.
Tattoo played. Did he play for the Dallas Sidekicks?
I don't know.
Took his
what he
shirt off
played.
all the time. He was the original Dylan Holloway. Who, by the way, they didn't say Holloway had surgery. They said he had work done.
Right, and then Rutherford followed up.
JR later said, when you said work done, did you
Yeah,
mean
did he go to, like,
surgery?
Nyack?
Like, he got Botox. Dylan Holloway's
Probably the
25. He had some work done.
Kaka's Brazilian.
Brazilian. Yeah, we were close. We'll take your caca calls. Tim, earlier you said something I wrote down. I like to take notes, kind of an annotator. You said downtown Lemay is where your offices are located.
It's Tam Avenue Capital Partners. That's correct.
And I wrote it down because I wondered, is there a downtown Lemay?
Yeah, Heine Miney is the
Lemay Ferry
centerpiece.
Road. Yeah.
But is there a downtown? Because I picture like a
skyscrapers?
town square. And,
There's not a town square, but there's a run of stores and
but not
shops.
like, but some town, there's plenty around here that just you kind of drive through. Is there a downtown? Even Creve Coeur, I don't think there's a downtown.
Hot takes.
Crestwood, Sunset Hills.
I
they don't,
see
they don't
you
have
papers.
downtowns.
That was a
you don't wanna
misfire.
talk.
That was a misfire. I actually meant to play this one.
I got to get this rant off my chest here, then we'll get to some calls.
Okay.
I wanted to play that one.
It's fine.
Chesterfield is getting a downtown.
I know,
guess
how
they're
about
gonna
that?
redo the
I
mall.
like it downtown.
How about
I do
that?
too. But Lemay, I think you'd be really happy with what you see there on Lemay Ferry Road by
I
Heine
enjoy
Miney.
Lemay. I just was trying to visualize.
In the shadow of Heine Miney.
That's right.
Like, is there a bandstand or a gazebo? Like, if we're going to have a get-together.
I don't know.
Like a
Been there enough to know.
Like, we're going to all come together.
Yeah, for the Tam Avenue Capital Partners
Kirkwood?
Company picnic.
DTK, the kids call it downtown
Kirkwood
Kirkwood.
and Webster definitely have nice little downtowns.
Yeah. What about Cottleville? I like their
I
downtown.
think maybe Maplewood has a downtown.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's,
I like where the post is.
Yeah.
I think it has to have some buildings, storefronts, like on the street, as opposed to just strip malls where
Ladue
you
has
park
one.
your car.
Oh, and there it is.
Starting at Sportsman's P.
But I don't
All the way,
fries, please.
all the way to the middle school.
Maybe I'll wash down my steak fries with some curly fries. They give you the option at Sportsman's P.
Yeah, and then drive over the Lester's afterwards and get a big pastrami sandwich.
Right, to
Just
wash that down.
Wash it down.
Yeah.
The Ladue experience.
That's the downtown Ladue
That's it.
experience.
and ride your
Lester's-
horse back.
Lester's greet you with a giant, like, awning welcoming you. What would you call that? Some kind of, like...
I don't know. We got Stan the Man sitting right out front of the
Right, have a
restaurant.
nice little statue. But the thing about Ladue's downtown is Clayton Road's kind of busy. You know, it's not like you can kind of meander around or gather there.
I've said it
Keep
before.
moving.
I've been to Sportsman's where not one but two horses were in a parking spot. Two big ass horses too.
I envision the Bush family road up there.
It smelled awful.
Enough of the stolen valor, Ladue boy. We know you've never been to Heine Miney. You had some Crystal City glam hammer.
Stolen valor.
Like Lemay Valor. I'll-
We are trying to come off as a meat and potatoes guy, like me, a proletariat. But what Crystal City Clamhammer is saying is you've never been to Heine Miney.
Absolutely, that's correct.
Oh, wow.
When I played ball, and I'm talking baseball, it was at the Kirkwood complex right by Family Golf.
They're dealing with some shrubs that need to be trimmed right now.
One could say.
Yeah, that looks third worldish over there. And then right across, and I saw some ball games there. My godson Joe played games over there. They had a nice little field with a short fence for little kids, so you could have the thrill of hitting it over the fence.
This is Heine Miney?
No, this is right by Family Golf. There was that complex of,
Oh, yeah, Kirkwood
Baseball.
Athletic
It would
Association.
flood so easily. Yeah, always.
but right across from there is the motorized cars that you could do. Even if you're a
Yes,
grown up, you can like play
absolutely.
with
Yes.
cars.
I was out there last night until 8 o'clock. Not at the
balls?
motorized cars.
You were
Again, I
driving-
mean, I go to make it clear, though, I would have loved to have.
Oh, like the little, like with the remote and
Yes,
the wheel.
yes.
Yeah, I like those.
And they're
Absolutely.
sizable motorized cars.
And I feel like people travel to
Yes,
to
I
be
think
there.
so. It's
It's
quite
a
on the
thing.
weekends. But I was playing the 9-hole course with my son last night, and we drove past a retirement community in route to Family Golf last night, and he said, "What is that? Is that an apartment complex?" I said, "Oh, kind of. It's a retirement community." He goes, "So does Albert Pujols live in a retirement community?"
Good, yeah.
And I
Food's
gotta
good.
tell you, I get the question.
Yeah.
I wanted to make fun of the question, albeit because I'm a small man, you know, a lot of insecurities. My chance to dunk on a 7-year-old, especially if it's my son,
Right.
that's where I kind
He
of
teed it up for
program-
you.
He did, and I said, yeah, I kind of get the question. I understand where you're coming from. Albert Pujols is retired, but retirement communities are for, you know, people usually in their, what would you say, 70s, 80s, 90s, hundreds.
And then you muttered under your breath, dumbass.
Yeah. I'm not going to St. Louis U High. That's what I actually said. It could save some money. We'll adjust the 529 programs.
I bet maybe it could be a new cottage industry for recently retired professional athletes to move into retirement homes just to have the time of their lives. Massive parties
Maybe
every
that's what
night.
Edmonds is working on down in Tennessee.
be.
Talk about the good old days 3 years ago.
Retirement homes for young multimillionaires.
The Brewers used to have a retirement program for former Cardinals. Kyle Loesch, Jeff Suppan. Just come on here.
Did.
Did you
Reds
want
a
And they
little
would get
too.
paid a lot, too.
Yeah, they just give you a pile of money to kind of wind down your career.
Carlos Spicy Wiener also not happy with Little Jackie Papers. Hey, Piddles, a handful of shops featuring $200 caps and $500 athleisure is not a, quote, downtown. It's a lip injection feeding frenzy. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener, and he says that's what your Ladue downtown is.
Nonsense, I say. I say it's a bustling.
Bustling.
It just doesn't feel like a
metropolis.
downtown.
It's the downtown Ladue.
I know, but it doesn't feel like a traditional downtown.
Yeah, we need a square-ish vibe.
You need so it needs to be it's
a
a shape
gathering
thing.
place. You need some place to gather.
Mr.
For
Guy.
festivals.
Yeah.
Strawberry festivals.
Strawberry festivals.
Strawberry.
Most of the land in Ladue is held for real estate, as you can imagine.
Most of the land is held for real estate.
Most of the land.
It's hard to argue with that.
That's a take.
Well-
That's a take we can't dispute.
What's the word I'm looking for? Residential real estate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are there any fast food places at all in Ladue?
No.
No.
Not
And
one?
what's that about? Is that a zoning thing?
Probably, to imagine.
Even Chick-fil-A is not upscale enough?
I am not I'm not in charge. You
Well,
know, if
most
it
of the-
was, it would look, it would look like Page Avenue from.
Oh! Page Avenue just took a hit, Doug.
Well, there's that stretch of Page where there's every fast food place in the
Downtown
world.
Olivet.
Yeah, that's downtown Overland.
Overland.
Overland and Olivet taking shots.
That's where I'm
and
from,
and
Olivet.
Ladue apparently is Soho. Who knew?
There's not even a really good convenience store in Ladue, is there? There's not a
like a-
QT or a Mobile on the Run or where do you
I
get
think
gas?
2 gas stations.
Where do you get your sodies?
They're 2 gas, but they're like in the corner. We'll do like what is that?
hidden.
Clayton and Price there.
The
Little
old,
BP,
used
and
to be an
then
old grocery store. In there.
Oh, I love that Ladue grocery store.
Lindbergh and
They had good ice.
Lindbergh and Conway. There's a little gas station.
Downtown Ladue is not Plaza Frontenac. It's where Sportsman's is, you tariff-affected middle-class schlepper. That's from Mr. Licks.
Oh, we've all been affected by the tariffs.
I don't know who that's directed at, but we'll take it as a team.
Yeah, that's part of the deal.
Maybe Sportsman, maybe they could add a drive-through, right?
Oh, can you imagine how that would play?
Oh man, there's like barely room to park.
I'd like 4 Manhattans to go. Sir, those you need to come inside for, even though you're in a Bentley that's convertible.
Downtown Ladue, home of aloe, athleisure wear, and lip filler. That's from Shooter McGavin. Jackson, they're coming for your place.
It's fine. I'm not saying that I love it. I'm just
not on
saying
the city
Ladue has a little has
Do
a
you think
little
Ladue has more lip filler than any other area?
like per capita or volume.
Doug, do you want per capita?
I'd like
What that even
volume.
means.
Volume, probably.
Okay.
Probably. I mean, Chesterfield and Wildwood like dwarf in size. So per
clearly-
capita, yes. Per capita, yes.
Clearly, the best downtown is Clayton.
Yeah. Of
Clayton
municipalities.
gives you hope
yeah,
for St.
right.
Louis that, well, maybe we're not dead yet.
Yeah, that's like a true
Upscale,
downtown.
orderly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tall buildings.
Yeah. If you need a little pick-me-up after driving around the city of St. Louis, you go to Clayton.
Jeremy
You go,
Rutherford.
okay, we're not that bad after all.
Jeremy Rutherford says he's lived here 50 years. He's never been to Clayton.
Well, he needs to go.
Is that true?
That's what he said.
Newtown is the Ozempic Ladue of safe Charles County. That's from Doug's Prison Wallet.
I went there once.
Newtown.
Been there.
I like that new town.
I mean, it was cool. It just felt a little bit Truman Showy.
Doug, you remember the Truman Show with Jim Carrey, 1996?
Did a
I think
giant
it's-
light fixture fall in front of you?
I started touching the sky.
Spooked you a bit.
Newtown is a very cool concept.
Yeah.
I can see why it's appealing. It's just so far away from the rest
And
of
it's
the
like
town.
and like the outskirts of it is just
Way up there.
nothing. It's
Yeah.
just nothing. So it's just that's why I felt a little Truman Show. It felt like it was just dropped there, like it was all built at once.
kind of a movie set.
Yeah, that's the kind of freak
But
me
it's
out.
fun.
that
I'll
way.
tell you
it
what.
was cool though.
Tim, your kids are little. You want to load up. Halloween, it's a great trick or treat spot because the houses are kind of in a row. You don't want to go to Ladue for Halloween. You're putting all those miles in.
No, I'm a meat and potatoes guy.
You want to go door to door to door to door. They can load. John Carney lives out there, and the kids when they were little, we'd take them out there.
Oh, so you did actually execute this?
No, it's Halloween out there is a big deal. I'm here for it.
Jackson, are you going to go out to Newtown
How
for
about you?
Halloween?
You go trick or
You're
treat
7 months
next year,
away.
pal.
It sounds
6
like
months
you,
away.
you get some
5 months away.
You get some lemon heads and individual now and laters, and that's about it.
No.
That's what it
What
seems
is
like.
about right
So now you're candy shaming?
You want some full size, 6'3".
That was Big Walt's thing. We
don't
give
even-
out the full size bars.
I don't even know what a lemon head is.
A little candy lemon head.
Little box of
like
candy.
A little hard
like
candy.
kind of like a movie
Like
theater
lemon
candy.
drops?
Kinda.
Caller Janet, who is anti-Charlotte, has texted in to say you and your listeners mix downtowns with main streets.
I think
fair.
that's a fair take.
That's fair, yeah, because Ladue
Ladue
is
has
much
a
more.
main
That's a
street.
main street. I'd say
Kirkwood Webster have
Maplewood is a
downtowns.
main street.
Yeah, I guess. It feels like a little more than that.
You're welcome to call in and express your displeasure.
Tell us about your town.
Randy wants to talk specifically to Doug. Chairman Kurt's got a full board of calls at Callier and Thompson phone lines.
That's all it took?
It's Pestis, Barge Guy, and Randy, but part of me thinks 2 of those are ever present.
Yeah.
Barge guy's gone, FYI.
Oh, no.
No.
Pest is there, though.
Pestis is holding. All right, Doug. Randy wants to talk with you.
All right. Yellow.
Hello, caller.
Yellow.
Yeah, how you doing there? This is Doug Vaughn?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I remember you on the old show, KFNS. Are you still there? Are you still on? Where are you?
Well, I'm here now. I'm at 101 ESPN.
Oh, good. Okay, I remember you guys. I remember when I was still in high school. You were still doing sports. Are you on Channel 4 still?
I'm not still on Channel 4. I've been
Are you
gone
sure?
about 3.5 years now.
Oh, great. Okay, well, I missed the old show. You're a good talk show host there.
Well, thank
by the way, Mr. Vaughn, whatever your name is, do you have, am I still on your ban list? You said I was banned for 3 years or something.
A lot of people have been suspended. I have to go
years.
back and check through the files to see if you've been freed yet.
Okay. Well,
know.
anyway, hey, you guys, a good show. I try to listen to your show more daily, I guess. And Mr. Hadley coming on the air? Thanks.
No, he's not. No, he's not part of the show.
Is he?
It's a little busy right now. Just gotta clean up a few things. Things get a little bit messy. Trying to get a gift card to QT.
God.
I remember Caller Randy. He does kind of material, I think.
A hit and run on us there.
Yeah, but he has a weird cadence, and I can't quite figure out what's going on.
He would ask an awful lot of questions, like who's pitching for the Cardinals tonight?
No, but I don't
Who's
think it's
Pirates second
no,
baseman?
no, I don't think
the Rams will win this week.
That's not
We
the
called
good
that
luck.
guy.
All right.
We called that guy when we worked together at KMOV, Mike Liute, because he would ask about Mike Liute.
I think that's a different Randy.
I think it is.
This guy is doing
Because I
material.
met that Randy once out and
Yes.
about somewhere. Very nice guy.
Yeah, nice guy.
Just a diehard sports fan.
Love sports, and he would call all the TV stations, and he
Right.
would pound you with questions. You couldn't answer fast enough, and then he'd say, "Okay, who's on the Sunday show?" And you'd say, Kelly, live or on tape. And I would say, is this Dan Caesar? Who gives a rip? Why would you care?
Yeah.
He would always ask live or on tape. And I'm like, they're trying to create an illusion here, pal.
And then he
Arbor Day did not enjoy his call. Sweet Lord, give this guy Time Sharon and Clayton's number. That's from Arbor Day. Her name is Time Sharon and
Share.
Clayton. Maybe they can meet together in episode 6 of The Real Housewives of TMA.
But Randy used to always end his calls with saying something like, "You going to see Albert Pujols tonight?" I said, "No." "Okay, tell him good luck." "I'm not going to see him or say good luck."
Why don't you?
Right.
Well, I was doing I was working at Channel 4.
And you don't
I
wanna
was in
tell
the
him good
Cardinal
luck?
locker room. Tell him good luck.
What if I go down there today, see old Willie Contreras, say, "Hey, Wilson, good luck." On what? Getting a 2-hour game?
Yeah, that's
On
exactly.
taking the under?
I know what the goal is. Hopefully, you guys get this thing under 2 hours. Get involved on the program. It's so wonderful that we have these callers. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. And Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat, where Tiny Peepee of that wealthy Peepee family is in there talking to Matt Kapler and Above Ground Maypole. They're all in there and they're talking it over and watching the presentation. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. That's 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. How about that? It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra, also the sponsor of the Dotem, which is, let me see here, 3 weeks away? 3 weeks away? That's right. 3 weeks,
that right? Yeah.
3 weeks from tomorrow. The Dotem. Friday, sold out. Thursday is available to be played in. That's the one that I'm going to be playing in with my father and my 7-year-old son. And Doug, it will be a glorious event that includes not only your golf, donut drive-in
Donuts.
for breakfast, Lee's famous recipe chicken
Oh,
for
I'm big
lunch.
on that.
Yeah. Then, following, you will have food from Texas Roadhouse on Thursday and Super Smokers Barbecue on Friday. Your Michelob Ultra is all included all day long. You got the 100 West Dental closest to the pin competition, the Pondoff's Anonymous Recovery Podcast presenting the longest drive competition. It's Thursday and Friday, the 29th and 30th at Oak Valley. Learn more and register at 101ESPN.com. It is all presented to you by Michelob Ultra. And most importantly, this year, in honor of the late, great Ryan McKenna, our charity partner is the St. Louis Hero Network, one of the many charities that Brian worked with. It is the Dotem making its glorious return and its first time ever on 101 ESPN. Think about that. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking right now.
Fair enough. Jamie Rivers is going to join us at 8:15. And Isaac Bruce at 9:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:51. The morning after at InsideSTL.com is how you can compete. That is your Stiefel dossier. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals win yesterday. That means 4 of Paul Skenes' 7 career losses come at the hands of the St. Louis Cardinals. Cardinals back in action today with a 12-15 start. Sonny Gray on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me? I messed up and didn't put get a song ready, so this is just a basic bed. Sorry.
Doug, basic bed.
Okay.
That's industry term there.
Boy, really
That's
is.
only 3 guys who went to journalism school. Was Marquette journalism or was that communications?
I think it switched when I was there.
Oh, is that right?
I think I ended up with a broadcast communications, minored in poli-sci.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Jackson's not classically trained, in his defense.
And that's why that happened there. And in the post-show meeting, he will be taken to task. Doug likes to put his finger in people's chests.
I do, because
Jackson.
I've had enough.
What happened at 8:02? Didn't sound like rock and roll.
Jamie Rivers at 8:15 on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Isaac Bruce, 9:30. And your emails at 10:51 for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. The program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Martin, you were there. Doug, did you watch any? Did you listen to any of the press conference yesterday?
I was doing a
with the Blues?
sound story when that was
Oh, that's
on.
right, you were.
Yeah.
With a 95-year-old lady, if memory serves, you were talking about.
Very, very sharp. Yeah. Interesting woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love those people that come in and do those sound
They're the
story
best.
interviews.
I love doing it. We're doing a 10% off for Mother's Day gift certificates, by the way, by entering promo code ESPN. Correct, Chairman Kurt? Chairman Kurt's sound story through and through. He runs things for us.
Yeah, that's correct. That promo code is good all week.
All right, mysoundstory.com, gift certificate for Mom for Mother's Day. But I was watching it throughout. Martin, you were in attendance. You were asking some of the questions. Outside of what I talked about in our 7 o'clock hour with regard to Armstrong, clearly, I don't think pissed would be the word, but irritated by the way that it went down, not because it actually happened, but because it had been a trend and they didn't tend to it. Jim Montgomery talked about that. So he certainly talked about it more than he did following the loss in Winnipeg on Sunday night with regard to 5-on-6 and some of the things that he wishes he would have done differently. Jackson, what do you have over there for us?
Talking about Monty's regrets. I've had a few.
But then again, too few to mention.
Nice. Chairman of the board.
What's your regret, or do you have any?
It's a good question. I think maybe not calling our timeout. You know, we had a couple of icings, but I think there was one deflection play where I could have called a timeout. Just to, go over the plan again. We had gone over it between the periods on TV in the locker room, and their best players were on the ice a significant amount of time, so I didn't want to give them a rest. But probably us going over that plan was probably something that could have helped us. Definitely could have helped us. Being more consistent in the playoffs of creating more chaos, especially in Winnipeg offensively, getting more direct offensively and getting to our forecheck more often on the road. We did it in spurts. We usually did it in the first period, then we kind of got away from it. Those would be the 2 things that I could think of right away.
I think that's another version of that game that they could have put it away with more goals against, more shots on Hellebuck. And I think when he talks about the chaos, he's talking about getting in front of the net. Yeah. And how many of the goals for Winnipeg, just shoot it from the point and, oh, wow, it went in off Ryan Suter's hip. Oh, and hit his glove. That's why I don't understand. They're just so hesitant at times to shoot the puck. Doug, you should yell at the TV from home.
I do
the puck. Montiel said we need to get better. Every single one of us. He said coaches, players, Zamboni. And I said, wow, the Zamboni guy just
took a hit.
Took a shot. Imagine him watching the press conference down the hall. Like, geez, what did I do?
Pinning the loss on him.
What did I do wrong?
I made reference to the Armstrong irritation. Here is the and again, I want to make this clear. It's like he was screaming and throwing things, but this is the bite that I was referring to.
One of the way this ended bothered me a little bit because it was a pattern of how games ended for us. It's not a pattern that we want to continue, and something that if we're here in I don't know, next December and we're talking about the same issue, I'll have to go to the old quote machine and bring back the Killer Instinct quote that my wife hates. But we have to find that back in us again. We have to be able to close out games.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. It seemed to me, what little hockey knowledge I have, is that they're too willing to take the icing when it's 6 on 5 and they're defending, too willing to just fire the puck completely down the end of the ice and take the icing, instead of trying to maintain possession a little bit, kill a little time that way, maybe flip it halfway down, maybe don't shoot at the net until you're a little closer. I just feel like they gave up possession too frequently in that situation.
And you heard John Kelly say it's a trend now in the league in those situations to ice it. But you also heard Biz Nasty saying you had F1, you had Thomas up ice, and and the word Monty used was poise. And I think he's saying, Booch, just make a better decision. Either skate with that puck, which Jamie Rivers said on the broadcast, and then either skate with it or what Strickland calls a soft dump. Which is probably going to be a text inbox. Strickland soft dump. But instead of just firing that, rocketing that puck down ice, and there were obviously some mistakes made.
The killer instinct quote, for those of you who may not be familiar with it, is, "We need that killer instinct. You need to take the knife and jam it through their eye into their brain and kill them." Doug, it's so vivid.
It is. And yet, you look at it another direction. They're one deflection with 2 seconds left in the game from winning that series. And then the narrative is completely different. And boy, we came ready to play. We went in their building and we took Game 7. This team is resilient. We played a great game. One deflection changed all that. It changed the narrative to, boy, we just don't have the killer instinct. We can't close out games. And, if the deflection goes 2 inches a different way, they win it, and we're being hailed as this great team that can win a Game 7 on the road.
So you're talking about puck luck again?
Yes.
Doug's a big believer in puck luck, Martin.
Yeah.
I enjoyed Bennington's answer, and it's not because I asked the question, but I said if you want to share any of what you said, you talked to
I like that question, too.
He obviously didn't talk about what he said to Hellebuck, but he gave a longer answer because, our fans were giving it to him pretty good. I said, you're one of the only people on the planet who can tell us what that's like in that moment, being the goalie, hearing it from the crowd. And then he said when he was a kid, he went to a game with his dad, and they were doing the goalie thing. He goes, I want to do that. He wants to be the goalie.
He wanted to be the guy having his name chanted.
He kind of laughed and said, our fans gave it to him pretty good. And then he said there was a chant in Winnipeg. They said, Luke is better, which was targeting Braden. It's not important. It doesn't have anything to do with the series, but I kind of enjoyed the fact he said that that's what he wanted to be.
Right.
Because he likes that kind of pressure.
Which, exactly right, speaks to why I think he is successful as he is in clutch situations. That crap does not get to him. If anything, he wants it. If you get booed, that means you're good. That it's. I realize it's counterintuitive, but when you go on the road, if they are cheering for you, or even worse, apathetic, then that means you're really not all of that material to the outcome of the festivities. But Bennington certainly is disliked, but he's disliked because other teams hate him. In the case of Connor Hellebuck, certainly anybody who's been to a Blues game over the last few decades knows it's a postseason tradition to chant the goalie's name. But in this guy's specific case, he actually has a thing where his statistics in the postseason are so substantially different and worse that you do think it's a mental thing. And just because they won that game doesn't mean that, now it's all fixed and he's going to go be Vezina guy against Dallas. I'll be intrigued to see what happens. They get to host Dallas starting tonight, and then they have to go on the road and deal with that team. And I'm not saying the Blues couldn't have beaten Dallas, but I think everybody would agree that Dallas is more high-powered. And so Hellebuck will certainly be put to the test in a building that gets awfully rowdy as well.
He did give up 16 goals in 3 games in St. Louis. 16
That's not
goals.
Good.
No. I'm in that same boat. I want to see what he does in the next round because I think he was there for the taking, Doug. He was there for the taking.
Was. I was just looking at some ticket prices for the playoff series still going on. You can get into the Washington game for as low as $68 tomorrow night. Same thing, Vegas, $62. Toronto, $245 is your cheapest ticket.
Does that come with a tariff?
It probably does come with some tariffs.
Okay.
I'm really rooting for the Maple Leafs now, just for Berube.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing else.
Nothing against Matthew Tkachuk, but I kind of want to see what it's like if Chief gets it done in Toronto.
And Tkachuk got his last year. It seems like Toronto is way, way overdue.
Oh, yeah.
Hockey gods.
Mm-hmm.
Will Berube bring the cup to Obie Clark's? Just
I don't
swing
know.
through town?
I think LaRussa would have if he had won with the White Sox.
It would have been an opening day. The White Sox are having opening days in St. Louis. That's a real shame. I can't make it there.
Hurricanes are plus 365. They are your favorites to win the Chalice. From the West, the Stars are plus 425. The Oil now up 1-0 on the Golden Knights, so their odds are lower because they are a lesser wins away. They're plus 450. For the record, the Jets are plus 900. Golden Knights plus 1,000. Capitals plus 1,600. Craig Berube and the Leafs plus 600. Kachuk and the Panthers plus 550. They're your Stanley Cup odds. Jamie Rivers is going to join us here coming up on the other side of the break. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Website is autoloanpro.com. If the objective is to buy a car, that's where you go. Autoloanpro.com. No matter what your history is, no matter what your situation is, they will work hard to get you the best rate possible with little to no money down. Check them out at autoloanpro.com. They work with over 50 different lenders. That's how they get you the best financing. It can get a little complicated, so there's one thing you need to know. Choose the Auto Loan Pro. And on that website, you have the free playbook we've been talking about for a while now. Download the playbook. It will explain to you how the credit industry works, how they accumulate credit, how you can improve it over the years, and maybe that next time around you're buying a different car. Autoloanpro.com for all that information, no matter what your situation in the market for a new vehicle. They're going to help you. Only a pro can do it right when selling you a car. Check out Robert Thomas on the website as well. Autoloanpro.com is part of the Lita family.
All right, Doug, you want it?
Well, want what?
Jamie Rivers.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Well, he's on the Callier and Thompson phone lines right now here on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Morning, Jamie.
Morning, boys. How we doing?
I'm still, not doing well after the loss on Sunday. Is that pathetic?
Well, I mean, why is that? Because the Blues gave up the tying goal with under 2 seconds left to go and then lost in overtime? Is that the problem?
That's right. That's right.
Well diagnosed.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
Yeah, you're like a doctor. That's nice.
Yeah. I'm not doing very well either, guys, to be honest. That's a crappy way to lose, obviously. I don't know, man. It's hard, right? Because you want to kind of celebrate the season because you went 2 years without making the playoffs. And then this year, quite honestly, up until the Four Nations tournament, I don't know if anybody, except for maybe the players and the coaching staff or whatever, thought that you were going to be a playoff team. Then you have a magical run to make the playoffs. Then you take the best team in the NHL out behind the woodshed, basically, and you're ready to celebrate. And then you give up 2 goals with under 2 minutes left to play, and you lose a series. It's heartbreaking. It really is. It's tough to celebrate what they were able to do when you think about the what if at the end of it all.
That sums it up nicely. JR's column in The Athletic 2 days ago, Jamie, I thought was right on target. He said, had the Blues gone up to Winnipeg and lost 5-0 in Game 7, the perspective would have been, all right, the President's Trophy winners, when it was all said and done, rose to the occasion, but the Blues were able to force them to a Game 7, and they're on their way. But weirdly, because it went to double overtime and the fashion that it did, it has the sting that it carries. I thought specifically, if there is a play that Blues fans would isolate, and I think people around the game would isolate, you were all over it in the moment, and that was Pavel Buchnevich and what took place with, I think it was around 30 or 40 seconds left, and you dialed it in. Now, you also were clear in saying you don't want to get your pocket picked with somebody coming up from behind, but in the moment, you recognized that was not optimal. So if you could, take us back to that, what you saw and what ideally you do there.
Yeah, look, Pavel Buchnevich gets the puck in the defensive zone with, you're right, about 30, 40 seconds left to play. Robert Thomas skates way up the ice. He stretches out the play. He's available to receive a pass or at least a bank pass off the boards. And Pavel Buchnevich has what looks to be 15, 20 feet of ice ahead of him that he could skate, and he goes for the open net. Look, ideally he skates that out 10 to 12 to 15 feet, forces somebody to come to him to defend. He moves the puck to Robert Thomas, who's in a one-on-one situation up the ice, or he carries it up the ice, chips it forward, goes and gets it, kills a bunch of time. Ideally, that's what could have happened. And the best-case scenario is eventually somebody between him and Robert Thomas finds the open net and scores. But in that moment, there's a lot of stress. You're Pavel Buchnevich. You're feeling it as well. You're wanting to win the game. You're wanting to put this thing on ice, and you get the puck, and you don't know who's behind you. That's ideal. Unfortunately, you don't know. So is there a Kyle Connor behind him, ready to lift his stick and strip the puck and head the other way and score a goal? And then you really feel like a heel at that point. But yeah, and on that, after that play, after the icing, Pavel looks at the bench, and this is something that the people don't see at home, is Pavel looks towards the bench, and Jim Montgomery is giving him the two hands, to calm down, easy, and Booch is okay, yeah, you're right, But obviously, it ended up costing them a goal, the game, the series, and I'm not going to put all of that on Pavel Buchnevich because it's a number of plays in the last couple of minutes that led to, the Winnipeg Jets winning. But that's one play where he had the puck clearly on his stick and could have killed. Ultimately, here's the deal. The last couple of days, I've been thinking to myself, how could they have killed off 2 more seconds? Because really that's all you need. You didn't need the 30, 40 seconds. You need 2 seconds to be off the clock. And Pavel Buchnevich skating that or even just chipping that out into the neutral zone would have eaten up those 2 seconds that were required in the moment. But again, it's everything in hindsight is pretty easy to dissect at this point.
What about structurally? Do you pack it in defensively and surround the goal, or should you be out more on the point and kind of pressuring whoever has the puck? Does that differ with each team? What do you prefer in terms of philosophy?
For me, I call it RoboCop mode, where you pack everybody inside the dots, and you just you front the puck wherever it is, and you force the other team to go through 5 guys and a goalie with the puck or with their bodies, whatever it is. You dare them, and the thing that sucks about that for the defending team is you have to eat pucks. You got to block shots. You got to eat pucks. It doesn't matter. But at that point, I'm sorry, that's why you're on the ice in that moment, is because not only do you want to win the game, but your coach believes that you're willing to do whatever the hell it takes to win the game.
Yeah.
Now, the hardest part is when you start to drift outside of the danger area. And you have one guy that pressures a puck, and they only have 4 guys in the house. And if you have 2 guys that drift, you have 3 guys inside the house. And you have to remember now, they have 6 players, you have 5. So if you have 2 guys that drift outside, at some point the math starts to work against you because you can't cover everybody. So for me, it's just, you stack the house and you front the puck and you block shots, and then you hope that you block one that lands near you, and then you can make a play where you either clear the puck or make a play that gives you a chance at an open net. But you're basically in, I don't want to say prevent mode, but you're in a situation where you're daring the other team to come inside the dots to score a goal, and if they can't do that, then they lose.
How long do you think it takes most of the players to get over a heartbreaking loss like that? Do you just walk around in a funk for a couple weeks, or can you get over that quickly?
No, it'll be until next season, Doug. It really will, because for the rest of this playoffs, mind you, I'll tell you what, it's going to be really, really hard for these guys to watch the Winnipeg Jets play in Dallas tonight. In fact, they won't. Most of them probably won't, because you should be there. The Blues should be in Dallas ready to start the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs tonight. And so as a player, you can't stomach that. And most of these guys, in talking to them yesterday, very casually, not in a professional way, just picking their brains, and they're devastated, man. They're really, really ticked off. And it's hard because going back to our original comment to start the segment was, you should be proud of what you were able to do because nobody saw that coming. It should be celebrated, but nobody's celebrating it in that locker room. They're pissed off because they should be playing tonight in Dallas. So I think it's going to be fuel throughout the off season for these guys to, whatever it is, get in the gym, get on the ice, do their skill work, do their workouts. These guys are going to be motivated to come back next year. They don't want this same thing to happen next year.
Jamie Rivers, our guest here on TMA, giving us his perspective on what has transpired and where things sit for the Blues. We were talking about what the guys had to say yesterday, and I think from a Blues fan perspective, you already knew it, but Doug Armstrong confirmed it. The team is no longer in what he called the re-whatever mode. They are now ready to go and take their shots. So with that said, what moves do you think will be made? What moves do you think could/should be made this offseason?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough because you have a pretty solid foundation when you look at the Blues and what they were able to do. And really, with the emergence of Bolduc, Snuggerud, I did not see that coming. I thought, okay, he's a year away, maybe, He proved that he's ready to go. Dylan Holloway, he became a stud player, and Broberg became a plus plus player over 20 minutes. Like, there are a lot of things that were expedited because these young guys really showed what they're able to do. So what do they need to do with their roster? Ultimately, I think you need another centerman. I think you need a second-line center. Braden Shen had a great year. But, on a contending team, probably a third-line center. And I think that if you bring in a second-line center, even if you bring up another center, and whether it's second or third line, I don't care. The logistics of it, I don't care. I think you need one more centerman that's offensively gifted, that can bring more offense to the table. And, on the decor, everybody's, you got to add to the decor. I understand why people want to maybe get another top 4 defenseman, but if you can't do it, if you're Doug Armstrong and you just can't find a top 4 defenseman because, they don't just fall off trees everywhere for you, they're going to cost a lot of money or they're going to cost you a lot of trade equity, meaning, young players, prospects, or draft picks, I think you're fine. I mean, you had an older defensive core this year, but I think we saw there's value in that as well. So to me, I don't think there's a whole heck of a lot left to do. I just think it's letting the young players mature one off season more into the next year. I would like to add another centerman. Bottom line, like for me, the guys I've been pounding the drum, and I know the playoffs aren't over yet for the Florida Panthers, but man, I'd love to add Sam Bennett to this team. And he's not a 100-point player. In fact, he's probably only a 50, 51, 52-point player. But the pedigree that he brings to your team, and watching this Blues team, the style of play that they're going to have, he's perfect, man. He's like another Braden Shen that you bring in. He's a little younger than Braden Shen. He's only 28 years old right now. Probably a 20, 25 goal scorer, a 100 penalty minute guy where he's going to beat the crap out of you too. We've seen him step up, like guys like Brady Tkachuk. But also, he brings that goal scoring to the table. He's got Stanley Cup championship pedigree. He's a quality guy, a blue-collar type player. I think he'd be perfect. I think he'd look amazing with a blue note on his chest. But, that's just me, and maybe that's a little bit of wishful thinking.
Do you think Tucker, is he a top 4, or can he be a top 4 defenseman?
Yeah, I think that Tyler Tucker's perfect where he's at. I think he's a 5'6" defenseman. Who knows ultimately where he could end up, but I think Marty on a contending team, he's a 5'6".
Okay, so that means you probably need another defenseman. Granted, we don't know what they'll do with contracts. Falk and Letty are under contract, so we'll see. But I have a feeling, and Doug Armstrong is pretty clear. He said he wanted somebody forward type player, right? That's going to offensive player that can do the 200-foot game. But I feel like they'll try and upgrade or get a little younger on the blue line some way, somehow, even though the contracts will be an issue.
Yeah, and like I said, if you're stuck with the exact same defense core that you ended the season with minus Ryan Suter, I think you're fine. I think you're good for at least another year. So that's one thing that I think you can kick the can down the road and not worry about overspending or doing something drastic is on the blue line. Because if you compare the blue line that the Blues have to almost anybody in the Western Conference or the league for that matter, you're pretty happy. You look at other teams, they're top 4 or they're 5'6" defensemen, and I don't know if they necessarily compare to the Blues. So if you're going to do something drastic or edgy or, I would do it with the forward position for sure.
And Dvorsky, could he be that guy or maybe not ready yet?
I think he's a year away still. Like, people forget he's 19 years old. Like, he should still be playing junior hockey or college hockey, depending on, wherever he's at. And he's playing in the American Hockey League, played in the NHL this year, a couple of games. Like, I don't think we need to rush that. I don't think we need to put that pressure on the fact that, well, if Dvorsky comes back at 20 years old, he could be a second-line center. Playing the center position is a tough thing to do in the NHL, and it takes time. Like, let's go back and remember that Robert Thomas, even in his first year in the NHL, played right wing because he wasn't ready to play center at the NHL level. He played right wing with Maroon and Bozak, and we know it was a fantastic season. He played pretty well, but, I mean, I wouldn't say Robert Thomas was a game breaker at 19 years old, and obviously Dalibor Dvorsky's not either. And, they're trying to find a way to make him become, a top 6 type forward. We'll see how the summer goes for him. We'll see how he comes back in training camp. I know he works hard. The kid's in great shape, and he might surprise a lot of people. And if that's the case, then that's a great problem to have. But as of right now, I would not put that pressure on him to be the go-to guy.
Jamie, I'm curious, having seen Winnipeg, I'm sure you've watched plenty of the Dallas-Colorado series. I wonder just how much Winnipeg is going to have for the Stars. I realize the Stars had their own injury situation in that series themselves. Scott Arniel yesterday saying that game time decision for Scheifele, for Stanley, for Morrissey. I know it's going to be painful for Blues fans to watch. I don't even know if I can, which is pathetic, as I noted. But what do you anticipate taking place in that series that gets underway tonight?
Oh, I think the Stars are going to wipe their ass with the Jets.
Oh, no.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I mean, guys, let's just be honest here. The Winnipeg Jets are heading into this series much like the San Jose Sharks ended the series in 2019, where they barely have enough guys to put on the ice after the Blues got done with them. And Dallas is getting Robertson and Heiskanen back to their lineup. So not only was their current lineup good enough to beat the Colorado Avalanche, who I thought were going to be a Stanley Cup contender, now they've added their 2 best players, and the Winnipeg Jets are still playing the game time decision game with Scheifele, Morrissey, Stanley. I'm not saying it's impossible, because you know what? Nothing's impossible, but I have a hard time seeing the Jets getting past this series.
Yeah, Scott Arniel is running the same attempt at a bluff that he ran on Saturday morning skate, where he was talking about Scheifele being a game time decision. And I'm sitting there going, I don't think he really deep down is running this bluff. And then it was so poor that he acknowledged on the Sunday morning skate that Scheifele would not be playing. So I kind of get the same pattern of practice here leading into tonight's festivities.
Yeah, and look, Scott Arniel, he tried really hard to put on the poker face, but Tim, as a poker player,
I was like, there's no way Scheifele's playing.
No, he had, 2-7 offsuit, and you could read it all day long. It's like, come on, man. Game time decision. Good one.
And he bailed on it. Yeah, I will be intrigued to see how this thing plays out, because, man, when I was watching the Stars and Avalanche play, I'm like, these two teams are firing at a different level. And again, that's Dallas not completely healthy. And no matter who came out of the Blues and Jets series, as hard-hitting, as intense as it was going to be difficult for either team to match that level. But as we had learned, it was tough to underestimate the Blues because they just kept answering, whether it be Parayko out or Holloway out, there they were. So I would have loved to have seen them give it a shot. I just don't know how Winnipeg's going to be able to pick themselves up. And, of course, the Hellebuck question, I don't feel like that's necessarily been answered either.
Yeah, no, it's not. It hasn't been answered at all, quite honestly. And here's the thing with Connor Hellebuck that I just don't know is, as the pressure gets bigger and the games become more important, does he crumble even more? I don't know, because he's never been able to answer that question. And as well as he played in the 2 overtimes against the Blues, again, the Blues really didn't have a lot of opportunities. So I'm not ready to anoint Hellebuck a playoff goalie after what I've seen over the last handful of seasons, and in particular this year. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Winnipeg's able to do in Dallas. And I can tell you this for a fact, talking to people from Dallas in the organization, they are thrilled to be playing the Jets and not the Blues.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted the Blues. Nobody wanted that beat-up, ugly, rabid junkyard dog. They want, that nobody's quite certain if that dog has one more fight left in it at all, but you don't want to test it. they're happy to have the Jets right now. And that's I'm just telling you that.
I was wondering that same thing because of the Jets situation in a variety of areas, whether it be health, their goalie. I was wondering whether the Stars would be on that. Makes sense to me. Jamie Rivers giving us his perspective, man. I had people texting before on my phone, too, not just listeners texting in. Grateful for it was not Buck Swope, actually. Grateful for your calls this year, both on the game and, of course, into the program. People really enjoyed it and loved watching what was a thrilling series. I know it won't be viewed as a classic in St. Louis, but I think around hockey it is, not just because of the thrilling finish from the Winnipeg perspective. So enjoy it on the program, of course, and look forward to listening on the Fast Lane as well. Jamie, hope you get some time to recoup after the season, and we'll look forward to talking again soon, man.
All right, guys. I really appreciate you guys, appreciate your listeners, and I appreciate talking to you guys all the time. Look forward to doing it again all next year.
Appreciate it, man. That's Jamie Rivers with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, giving us his perspective on the state of things now and into the off season. You're welcome to give your thoughts. 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in. 314-399-9646 is how you can text. And then you got the YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. And that's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Isaac Bruce coming up at 9:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up at 10:51. That's your Stiefel dossier. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct. May is officially the kickoff to home improvement season. The weather's warming up. Memorial Day's right around the corner. Now the time's here to tackle those big projects you've been putting off. Whether it's drafty old windows or a worn-out front door, Universal Windows Direct has the ultimate offer to get your home ready for summer and beyond. Right now, during their home improvement season sale, you'll get an incredible 50% off your windows. Yes, half off. You heard that right. You can upgrade your home with beautiful, energy-efficient windows for half the cost, but it gets even better. For a limited time, you'll get no interest and no payments for 12 months. It's a whole year to enjoy your new windows before you pay a single cent. And here's the cherry on top. You'll receive a free entry door with your window purchase. That's style, comfort, and savings all in one. So why wait? There's no better time than home improvement season to give your home the upgrade it deserves. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. This May, celebrate comfort, curb appeal, and serious savings with the Universal Windows Direct. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Martin, I always like to get the music themes.
I think today there isn't one, and that's the theme.
Oh, you'd be wrong. The theme, I looked up, what's today's vibe? I Googled that. I legitimately typed that into a search engine. I said, what's today's vibe? And it said adrenaline. And I thought adrenaline, songs that you can drive in your car to. You know, some real good driving songs. And I thought this is a good driving song.
Like go a little faster than you might ordinarily.
No, but this song would come on the radio and you'd be like, oh, and you feel good driving, you know? It's like, I like to listen to this song in my car.
That's the theme of the show?
Songs to drive to with adrenaline.
Yeah, driving songs.
Okay, who decides what the theme of the day is?
Me.
And you've decided it's adrenaline.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that AI generated, though? Who decides the vibe? You looked it up.
Vibe Maps.
Oh, Vibe Maps.
Vibe Maps. I'll be darned.
Cardinal lineup's out, Doug.
Okay.
Pozo hitting cleanup.
Try to win
He
this
is not in the lineup. Newt Bar, Wynn, Donovan, Arenado, Contreras, Burleson, Walker, Pajes, Victor Scott, Youngry. Will be batting ninth. Sonny Gray on the mound facing Mitch Keller. That's a legit lineup.
Mm-hmm. Try and win this baby.
Burley got the bat to get it.
Having a good homestand.
Yeah, he is.
Got done last night.
Burley's getting going.
Here's the call of his go-ahead double, Doug.
Oh, I'd like to hear it. Now.
Driven down the left field line. That ball is fair into the corner. One run scores. Contreras on his way around. Here he comes. The Pirates mishandle the relay. Burleson doubles the other way, and the Cardinals take a 2-1 lead.
Here come your Redbirds. Well, when you're hot, you got to keep the pedal to the floor.
What, to win the baby?
To try to rattle off as many wins as you can. I don't care about the series, but rattle off as many wins as possible whilst you're hot. Don't let up. Don't let up. Play the best lineup you got on a Wednesday against Pittsburgh.
You got to win because you only get 81 home games a year.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Pirates are 12 and 25.
You could make the argument that it makes more sense to play your absolute best lineup against the bad teams to go ahead and get those wins, make sure. And then when you face the best pitchers in the league, maybe that's when you rest your top guys because you're probably not going to beat them anyway.
They won the series, Doug. That's from Doug's Tariffs.
Yeah, matters not. Matters not in the
But
least.
it does.
It doesn't matter at all.
You pile those up.
Doug doesn't know pitching. That's American, the Central West End. 314-399-9646. That's where you can participate by texting into the program. You can also call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. They do have something that is super encouraging. I mean, I was going into the season really hoping to see something from Jordan Walker. Doesn't look like it. Nolan Gorman doesn't look like it. The Liberatore thing wasn't even really on my radar, but they're starting to build up a sample size there. I mean, he dealt last night. He outdueled Paul Skenes. Here is what Ali Marmol had to say about Liberatore.
Can we get it now?
Yes.
All right, hit the lever, please, Pale.
Busy playing adrenaline songs.
You got two really good arms going at each other with good stuff. And to outlast him and do what he just did tonight, you should walk away with a ton of confidence. There's just a determination to what he's doing right now that's fun to watch. Everything has a purpose. In between starts, the way he is going about his work, prepping for each outing, understanding the opposition, how to use his stuff, and then there's just a conviction. He doesn't give a damn who's in the box. He's going to go right after you, and we saw that tonight at an extremely high level. Yeah, that was fun to watch.
8 Ks for Liberatore, and to give the Cardinals credit, which we often don't because there's times when it's not worthy, but I have to be fair coming out of spring training. Remember, they named the rotation, and I was shocked that they said Matz will go to the bullpen. I just thought the contract would play. I thought Liberatore, well, he's good in long relief. He's historically been better in the pen. I was surprised coming out of spring training when they said, no, Liberatore is in the starting rotation, and that has certainly worked out. If you could roll him out, if eventually you say, boy, this McGreevy's so good, we might want to keep him up here. If you can move off some of your older pitchers, if there's a way to mix it up and have a rotation where midsummer you got McGreevy one night, then you got Liberatore, and maybe all of a sudden Quinn Matthews is here. That's something people could get excited about.
Liberatore is only 25, so you got to figure he's still really not in his prime. Yet he's been around for 4 years now. He wasn't very good the first 2 years, ERA well over 5. And then they moved into the bullpen last year, and he kind of discovered it. He looked much better out of the bullpen, and now he looks like he might be the best starter they've got.
I quoted Ron Darling during spring training when they were playing the Mets, and they carried the SNY broadcast, and Ron Darling said, boy, this Liberatore, he should be better. He was watching him pitch and probably looking at his career numbers and said, this guy should be better. And that's from a guy who did it at a high level. So the Cardinals are coming, Tim.
Keep setting up to get your right shoulder merit badge.
Okay, we want those badges.
Somebody earlier said, Martin, get out the Kleenex and the lotion. I'm like, what did I say? It was something
I saw that text, but I didn't know what it was in reference to.
I enjoyed the Bennington quote about wanting to be a goalie. I'm like, is that warrant that?
Even if you compliment a guy coming off a great game, you're still a jerk. You can only criticize. That's the only thing that's okay is to criticize.
Strauss agrees.
How about this one, Doug? Yeah. You don't like
I don't like when someone starts that way.
Yeah. Did I just hear Doug say that we shouldn't try and beat the good teams anymore? Man, what a season this is. That's from Big Tough.
No, my point is, when you face the absolute best pitcher going, maybe that's when you give your star players a day off because you're probably not going to beat them anyway. It's just a different way
up and see if you're
fresh off of beating Skenes.
When you play the lousy teams, go all in and try to make sure you get those wins.
Weirdly, the Cardinals have like better records against like some of the better pitchers.
Yeah, Skenes makes no sense.
Unbelievable how the Cardinals have played him.
Usually they get Bud Norris'd by somebody.
Yeah, and then some lefty soft toss and rookie just make it looks like, Koufax out there against them.
They didn't exactly knock Skenes around the park. They had 3 hits and 2 runs against him in 6 innings. That's all they got.
Now you're trying to overcorrect for your rights holder merit badge.
No, I'm saying it's not like they fatten their batting averages against Paul Skenes. It's just Liberatore was better.
Yeah.
Better.
Here is the outline for my text. I love Jackson's music themes. Lindsey Buckingham, Hubba Hubba. Number 2, Jamie Rivers' analysis of the Blues was a more elevated version of the Frank Thomas clip about the Mets. That's from caller Ellen.
I don't
They have nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah,
Doug,
take a listen.
Except they blew the series and they should have advanced to face Dallas.
Mets have nothing to hold their heads down for, except they didn't play that well, and they gave away this World Series.
But other than that, they have nothing to hang their heads about.
I'm not trying to earn my station merit badge.
There's a station merit badge.
But I thought Jamie Rivers was outstanding calling this series as an analyst. I really thought he stood out and did a fantastic job.
It's so great to have the local, whether it be whomever, this isn't specific to the Blues, but in this case, this is the one that you have when you can have your local voices calling the games and giving fans that option. And that would have, no matter what, I'm correct. Yeah, no matter what, that was their last game Sunday night. They weren't going to be on the call. That's the way that it works. You get the first round with the local crew, and then they go to their national crews.
And it's not just because they're local; they're just as good or better than the national guys. I think all the Blues broadcasters could be doing network stuff, and you'd go, yeah, I can see how these are considered the best guys in the business.
Yeah, we're incredibly fortunate with the broadcast team.
Prongs was on ESPN last night.
Yeah, I saw that. He's just going to do some second-round stuff?
I guess they asked him to be in the studio. He was on with Messier and Levy and PK last night, Prongs. I was at the Village Bar, and I looked up, and I said, there's Prongs. I was off TV last night. I said, look, there's Prongs.
Did you get some waffle fries?
Friend of the show. Had some waffle fries.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta have waffle fries. We had some
Mix in any broccoli or asparagus?
No.
The media in this town is soft? No. They're rock hard when a local team does anything, even if it's not good. Stop holding rights.
Oh,
that's from Marsh's burner.
Hey, you dumbass.
So we shouldn't point out that Liberatore went 7 innings and gave up 3 hits and 1 run, struck out 8, and had a fantastic showing last night. We shouldn't even bring that up. Because if we do, we're soft.
No, he said we're hard.
No.
Reluctantly crediting Mozeliak, who said the Arozarena trade could still pay off. That's from the Pirates beat writer.
Right.
Pirates beat writer is back. Loyal listener.
Will they leave town? Will they stop texting after today?
He did say, I have to say, I was thinking that he did say, well, there's still time. I mean, in anything that he says, it just gets lit up. But I do remember him saying, well, there's still time for that trade to wind up working out. Liberatore is very young. And I also have to tell you what my exact reaction was, like, okay, fine, I get you got to say that. But then here he is doing what he's done. Now, it's just, a month and change of the season, but he's starting to become, a guy you can rely on. And that I did not see coming at all. We'll see if it's able to be carried over throughout the rest of the season. But so far, it has been damn good.
But all of the gains or positivities with some of the younger players, Victor Scott, are going to be mitigated by the fact that Walker and Gorman are the 2 first-round picks that you're just waiting on to emerge as stars. And we talked about it the other day, Walker more so than Gorman because of the hype and the discussion that's been had. So that's still what's hanging in the balance.
How long do you wait? He said crowdsourcing.
You kind of did your own narration there, I noticed.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, you must.
Certainly much more on Walker. You wait way longer on Walker than you do Gorman. I think Gorman was in the back half of the runway situation.
Back half of the runway. I agree with that.
Yeah. $175 this year he's batting with 1 home run. That's just...
And Walker's 194.
Yeah.
Do you get a Slurpee if you tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay. So not just for holding rights.
Right.
Do you think this club is still ready to soar?
Against sub-500 teams at home, yes.
Go pick up your badge.
What about the Metropolitans? They just did work there.
Sure did.
Yeah, if you're looking at team OPSs. Doug, is that the stat? You don't really value an OPS, do you? You don't pay attention?
Oh, I pay attention to it. Yeah.
Jordan Walker is the worst. And there's only one player between him and Nolan Gorman on the 2025 Cardinals, and that's Michael Ciani. Otherwise, Gorman, Walker. Gorman 587, Walker 531, and it's just, I don't know. I don't know what happened there. I don't know if there's a 30 for 30 there. I don't know what happened. That's different than there was a hype train. There was actual production, and it just, I don't know. I don't know where it's going. I feel like we were digging up these stats off the air yesterday. Were we not? I was talking. Maybe it was on the air.
I can't remember.
You remember what I'm
what's
talking
on
about?
Air and off air.
But Doug, you were one of us. Were talking about Walker. And you said his barrel rate, or maybe it was Jackson.
I think we had an off-air discussion.
Yeah, which is
funny
really odd because usually we're kind of like tickling each other during commercial breaks.
But to the listeners who want more sports, it would have to be frustrating to know that during the off-air, we have like a hardcore nerd sports segment, and then we come back on and talk about downtown Lemay on the sports station. But off-air, we're breaking down razor ratings and numbers and launch angles.
Barrel rate is rough, and then his squared up percentage is in the bottom 2% of Major League Baseball.
But that's what I'm saying. Like you had like the stats that showed the incredible disparity for him. It's one of the worst in the game, and I just don't know what the hell to make of the situation with a guy who is still super young.
Yeah, 22.
But expectations were so high. And it does kind of get to a point where you're sitting there going, well, you're going to give him runway, but there isn't any indication in the moment that this thing is going to trend.
They've got to be close to saying, you got to go back to AAA and figure it out again. I mean, you can't.
God, that goes exactly against what they were going to do going into the season if you do that.
How long do you keep a 194 hitter in your lineup every day?
Well,
he said crowdsourcing.
Yes, that's exactly right. So then it gets to, well, what is the goal of the 2025 season? And I don't know how they want to tend to that if the team is a handful of games out of first place, but you have somebody who is, not moving in the right direction and a liability. That's a different spot, Much less than you get into if you do have an opportunity to make moves with guys who would open up spots for younger players. So then that's why I say the question that has to be answered, and I would imagine it has, is what is our ultimate goal in the 2025 season? Now, of course, fans would say, well, the goal is, of course, to win. And I'm not necessarily sure that that's what the 2025 season is about. And based on what we saw this offseason, all due respect to the Hellman acquisition, it didn't really seem like they were locked in on 2025 being a winning campaign.
How's Mike doing? Anybody checked on Mikey Hellman's stats?
You said crowdsourcing.
Yeah, I could probably. We'll look it up in the break, and then we'll come back with Slap and Dick.
Well, if they're looking to win right now, then they're better off probably with Burleson in right field than Walker.
But then even doing that, they go against the whole thing of he knows he's got the job. He knows he's got the job.
But do we know if he's capable of performing well enough to have the job?
Would that be considered crowdsourcing, or is that rhetorical?
It's kind of, I guess that's rhetorical as much as anything. Because right now, he hasn't proven that he deserves a regular spot in the lineup. He just hasn't. He hasn't. He probably needs to go to AAA and spend a month there and see how he does there. Somebody work with him and get him turned around.
It's been a damn month. Corbin Carroll was terrible for 3 months last year. That's from producer Joe's ass scab.
Oh, the scab is chatting. Chirping our
Pirates
brand.
beat writer and a scab texting.
I just felt the way that the Team USA roster is built, they would have to outscore their opponents to win.
A special kind of roster construction.
Hellman's hitting 204 down in there.
No.
So he's doing better.
It looks like Herrera is the real deal as a hitter, and he's due off the DL Friday. So maybe that'd be a pick-me-up.
Yeah.
They got to figure a way to get him in there.
Curious to see
back.
if he can maintain the heat till he started the season.
Yeah.
That was a pretty incredible pace.
Oh, it was, yeah. He was the best hitter they had there while he was there.
That's every stage he's been. Look at his stats. Look at
Ian LaPerriere says, if they don't plan on winning anyway, let him stay up here and hit 200 for as long as it takes. I don't need him to go down to AAA and hit 250 or 300. That's from Ian LaPerriere.
But hitting 200 doesn't help if that's all he's ever going to hit. You don't want your right fielder to be an offensive liability. You've got to get offense from the outfield. You have to.
I think the runway is still in front of it.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is.
It's frustrating, but I think we're going to have this discussion in about a month.
And he's still out there. But I think that's the right thing to do,
Yeah, I think you
because
have
this
to.
season is whatever the hell it is.
And you keep them low in the rest of the
discovery.
lineup's been fairly productive, so you can probably just leave them down there at the bottom of the lineup. Herrera, by the way, had the 4 homers were in 21 at bats.
Yeah, it's crazy. OPS above 1,000.
The goal is to win the World Series. We cannot do that this year. This is how we got in this situation the past 2 years. Do not chase the division this year. Please, Jesus, do not chase the division this year.
No, I disagree with that 100%. You always chase the division. You never say, we're no good, we're not going to try. That's wrong. The players don't think that way, I can tell you that. They don't think, boy, we sure don't want to try to win the division. That's a loser's mentality. That's a loser's mentality all the way.
You said that about hockey, and you rewarded us with this great Blues playoff run.
That's for someone who never played above CYC bowls to say, boy, we sure don't want to try to win that division. Wow. That's absolute 100% the wrong way to look at it.
I got to tell you, somebody who never played above CYC ball, that hit really close to home.
You're 1 game under 500. You're 4 games out. Who gives up in May when that's your situation? A loser would give up. You don't give up. You push hard to try to stay in it, especially at this time of year.
Shades of Kurt Russell here. Let's go get him, boys.
In the room in 2004, Miracle.
That's what it felt like. That was an inspiring speech.
Are born from great opportunity. Change your attitude, Doug, or tariffs are coming. That's from Doug's Tariffs.
I won't change it. I'm not going to change my attitude to, I don't care if we lose. Well, who thinks that's the right way to go about it?
Why are you yelling?
Because I have to. Because we got a bunch of losers who say, gee, I sure hope we don't win the division. What kind of mentality is that?
Don't
get screwed.
Doug's totally contradicting himself. That's from the 314.
How?
Call in and you can tell Doug.
Matters.
314-974-0101.
It matters. It matters.
I mean, at this time of the hockey season, we thought the Blues were going nowhere. We thought they were going to trade off everybody. Look what happened. It can happen in baseball, too. We've seen it happen.
But are the Cardinals as far along in their whatever as the Blues were?
Well, we didn't think the Blues were very far along in November and December. It changes.
A tiny peepee in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat says, we on scholarship, too.
Well, make it interesting. We got a whole summer to get to.
I'm just not prepared as a sports fan to say, gee, I sure hope our team doesn't try to win this year. I can't do that. I can't go there with you.
I like the text that says, let Doug cook.
Brian Henson covers the Indianapolis Colts, so he's watched some retooling. He says, hey, guys, remember the Blues suffered that devastating season-ending loss, and Doug's response was, that's sports. They're pretty fun, right? Jesus. Thanks. And free perk. That's from Brian Henson. Doug, you know him. He covers the Colts.
And he was the #1 Asian intern?
That's correct.
Were there multiple Asian
interns? No, he's the only one we had. And we used to hit the gong whenever we walked in, which was probably politically incorrect.
And they're eliminated first round. I don't want to compromise long-term success for short-term results. That's from the 314.
Okay, yeah. You sure wouldn't want any short-term results. You sure wouldn't want that.
No, you're full of it.
By the way,
Douglas Marlowe AI.
Charlie has a streak of appearing on the show more than us.
I'm not necessarily a big St. Louis fan, like Cardinals fan.
Like the context, please. I need the context on Frank's. It matters. When they're probably talking about changing the red sauce at Kemal's, and he got mad.
I don't give a damn what those players think. This team isn't winning. Know what your team is, Doug. This is a year to evaluate young players, regardless if they're batting 200. The Blues lost in the first round. That's a loss, Doug. That's from the 314.
That's a loss. The Blues were one deflection away from advancing past the first round after beating the best team during the regular season in hockey. You think that's a loss? I don't think it was. And I'm not prepared as a sports fan to say, gee, I sure don't care if my team wins or loses. And I can tell you the players don't think that way either. They're all in to win every time they go out there.
The audience seems to be split, Tim.
Yeah, Doug has split the audience down the middle. 314-974-0101. You are welcome to call in, Callier and Thompson phone lines. And, of course, text in 314-399-9646. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMA. STL, and email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jamie Rivers was with us in the 8 o'clock hour. Isaac Bruce is going to be with us in about 25 minutes, and we welcome you to get involved by emailing in for that Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Martin, you're a Design Air customer through and through.
Love Design Air. They've been out to the house. They can fix the air conditioning unit. Don't always have to replace it. That's everyone's fear. But when they come out and say, here's what's wrong, we can fix that. We'll get it back up and running. That's what you're looking for when the technician is in your home. Not looking for somebody to sit down and tell you, oh, you need the super duper model over here. There are times you're going to need to replace the unit, and that's when you need Design Air, but you also need them for your basic maintenance. Right now, get the air conditioning tuned up before the summer season takes hold. DesignairService.com is the website, and it's a company you know that's going to be around next year, the year after that, decades later. They've been doing this since 1904. It is a family-owned business. Seth Goldcamp is fourth generation. So it's a company you can count on, and then the service is outstanding on top of it for all your heating and cooling needs year-round. Longest-running sponsor of TMA, that is Design Air. Find them online at DesignairService.com.
We have some breaking news in team name.
Ooh.
Team name.
League. Sport.
NFL?
The National Hockey League.
Oh, Utah.
The Yetis have
stumbled on
it's
something.
TMA 101 ESPN. Stewie is with us from Stewart's American Mortgage, and we want to talk about the power of the pre-approval letter. Stewie, what is the power of the pre-approval letter?
Tim, this is so important. People get pre-approval letters from national banks, real estate agents that are represented sellers. They don't want to deal with national companies. You want somebody local. And what's more important is we give you the power to generate your own pre-approval letter. So if you're going in and making an offer for, say, $400,000, if you have a pre-approval letter from a lender that says $390,000, they're not going to accept your offer. If you have a pre-approval letter for $450,000, they're going to say, hey, we got room to squeeze this guy for more money. Now, with us, you can go into our system, generate your own pre-approval letter, edit it for any amount up to the amount you're pre-approved. Bang! If you get a counteroffer, you can edit it again, get a new one in, and get the house of your dreams with a local lender that knows what they're doing and get it done quick.
There it is. That is what Stewie can do for you with that pre-approval letter. 314-324-4440. That's his personal cell phone. 314-324-4440. Stewie with Stewart's American Mortgage. Thanks, Stewie.
Tim, have a great day.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Pacers win last night, 120-119. Tyrese Halliburton keeping his clutch ways going with a game-winning 3 last night. And if you're looking for more NBA playoff action, you got it right here on 101 ESPN tonight as the 68-win Thunder try to make this series even against the Nuggets. Pregame at 8 p.m., tip-off at 8:30. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Paper Planes. And this is Jackson's music theme in the Marquand Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour of adrenaline songs?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was songs to drive to.
Songs to drive to.
Even if you don't have anywhere to go, you just get in the car and turn these songs on and start driving.
Yeah, like Burt Reynolds.
Trans Am?
Smokey and the Bear, Smokey and the Bandit.
I'm going to pick Papers up this week. We're going to go for a ride.
Stones and weed and blues. Doug, do you remember when MIA performed with Madonna at the Super Bowl halftime and then she flipped off the camera? Is that correct, Jackson? And Madonna was mad as a hornet?
It sounds about right.
So cool. Wow.
MIA is certainly bold.
Crass.
Bold artist.
Nasty. Dirty.
I wouldn't say that. Those seem like tough adjectives.
They were designed to be.
Doug, is it tough that Utah has picked their mascot after a year-long search? And it is the Utah Mammoth. No longer the Utah Hockey Club, the Utah Mammoth. From ESPN, goodbye, Utah Hockey Club. Tusks up, Utah Mammoth. After a 13-month process that included trademark drama and more than 850,000 ballots cast by fans in multiple rounds of voting, Utah Mammoth was revealed as the new name and permanent identity for the NHL franchise this morning.
It's got to be tough to pick a new name and not run into trademark violations. It's got to be tough. If that's what their fans wanted, power to them.
Chairman was saying that he, number one, likes it, but it's kind of got the Tar Heel blue in the sweater, along with a logo that does remind me a little bit of the Predators logo, but with tusks.
Mm-hmm.
You see it in there, Doug?
I see it, yeah. It almost looks like an elephant, too. Well, I guess that's what a mammoth was. Right?
Is that some mountains in the ear of the mammoth?
Wow. So many things going on. It's like watching The Graduate. Is it symbolism or is it literal?
Okay.
Looking at this mascot is like watching The Graduate.
That's what Doug was saying.
I was trying to follow.
Big fan of the colors.
Suppose there's
like
a lot,
the Tar Heel blue.
Yeah, the shoulders have the state of Utah, like the outline of the state of Utah, which I kind of like. And it says Utah. I like the diagonal Utah, kind of Rangers-esque. I think it's a good look.
Rangers-esque.
Mm-hmm.
They should have paid whatever it took to be the Yeti. That's from Cuckleberry Finn. I think, Martin, they were going to be the Yeti, but then Yeti of the, would you call it cooler? The fame said, oh, no, you didn't.
You would have thought they would have wanted that, so people say the word Yeti more and think about it. And then when they see a Yeti in the store, hey, I'll get one of those.
Not a bad thought. They'd probably want to do some beak wedding, if I had to guess.
Beak wedding.
Gosh, I don't think I know what that means.
Wetting their beaks.
Yeah, gotta get their beaks
beak
wet.
wedding.
Yeah,
Okay.
not wedding.
Yeah.
Like Sweet Sweet Kaz.
Would have been a good opportunity for some cross promotion there too.
Yeah,
With the
you
Yeti.
think.
Yeah, but then that's a slippery slope. Next thing you know, you got like the Omaha Pepsis, and that's just not going to do it.
Omaha Pepsi.
Omaha Pepsis.
Nobody's playing better than the Pepsi.
Joe Budd just looked at the logo on X. Gritty already roasted them and proves that graphic design is mostly hot garbage these days. That's from Mongo, and he doesn't like graphic
You
design.
just can't ever please anyone.
No.
What are they saying in Utah?
Tough to tell.
96.7 The Mormon. Let's take a listen.
There's not many animals left that you can pick as your mascot. You got to go for ones that are extinct.
I kind of like a team mascot that is singular. You know, no S at the end. Orlando Magic.
So you like Mammoth?
Yeah, you know, different.
Magic.
Yeah, Heat, stuff like that.
Another
NBA.
pro name that doesn't end in S. Can you boys name the others? We were just doing.
Heat, Magic.
Red Sox, White Sox.
Yeah, Red Sox, White Sox. Thunder.
Jazz in that same market.
Yeah.
Jazz, Thunder. On the NBA. Are we counting MLS? I can't imagine.
Oh! You got the U.S. Open Cup tonight against the Omaha Pepsi.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. Can you believe you heard it?
No, I don't want to think that I heard
MLS
it. I'd like it to go away.
It's tough because they like St. Louis City SC, like there's
Columbus
no mascot.
Crew.
Columbus Crew, but like those are the OG teams, like the Galaxy. The original teams had mascots, but now they're going into more of the European style where it's just like the team name. So it's tough. So I don't think you can count MLS or UFL for that matter.
Cleveland Crunch.
Seattle Kraken.
There you go.
That's a good one.
Nice.
Good pull.
That's a good pull. But a lot of these teams are new.
Did you exhaust all the
90s or
NBAs?
later, right? I mean, Magic, Heat, Thunder, Kraken alone right there. Those are all brand new teams. Somewhat brand new.
The mascot looks a little derpy. That's from 501.
Derpy.
That's Little Rock, isn't it? Do you like that when the mascot looks a little derpy?
I don't even know what it means.
I like it, but I don't know what it means.
The Avalanche, you asses! That's from the Warren County.
We don't count them. They're a rival.
The Wild, the Lightning, Chuck and the Chuck. They're getting frustrated with us, Doug. They're getting frustrated.
Yeah, they need
Well,
to
we
stop.
weren't on to hockey yet. We're trying not to think about hockey these days. For obvious reasons.
I still like the Rain City bitch pigeons from Seattle when names were being tossed around. That's from the Veiled Prophet. Was that ever in the mix?
I kind of love that.
Bitch pigeons.
Ownership did not approve.
I like Rain City, though. I think that should be used.
Okay.
Is that actually it's the Emerald City, I thought.
Is that what Seattle is?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. There's two Queen cities, right?
Charlotte and Cincinnati both claim it. It's
Yeah.
very confusing.
Well, so it's extremely confusing.
There's only one Mound City, though, isn't there, Doug?
That's us.
Right here, baby.
We got our mounds. They're not very big anymore. They must have looked big way back when, I guess.
When was the last time you went out to Cahokia Mounds?
Oh, it's probably been, I think I went to one of my kids had a field trip there.
Yeah, what do you do?
You walk up on the mounds and you say, wow, this is really something.
It's historical. There's a little bit of
Indeed.
history. Feels like Charlie Brennan's probably written a book about it. There's some history to
Well,
it.
it was like the New York City of that time. Cahokia was.
Oh, yeah. This place was rocking. A lot of nightclubs.
Is that right?
No, probably not.
Isaac Bruce is going to join us. The Dome was rocking when he was playing here in St. Louis quarter century ago, Doug. Hell, it goes back 30 years, really, his first year.
Gosh, it doesn't seem like it'd be that long ago.
Well, that's the Reverend.
Were you at the first game? Tim, you would have been in high school.
I was in
college?
freshman year. Doug was in Green Bay.
First game, he blocked a punt.
Did you go to Green Bay?
I did not. But I remember he blocked a punt, and I think he caught a touchdown pass.
Were you at that, covering it for Wisconsin
I was.
Station? How
And
about
I
that?
remember listening to the Packers pregame, had Gary Bender on because he was the Rams announcer. And I remember him saying, well, you guys are at a different level right now because the Packers and Favre had been to the playoffs for a couple years in a row. And actually, they went to the NFC Championship game that year, 95. And he more or less conceded that the Rams would lose that game, and yet there they were with Isaac Bruce catching a touchdown, blocking a punt, I believe, of Craig Hentrick locally. Alton Marquette kicking for the Packers, and that's how it all started.
Brooks is the Rams head coach.
Rich Brooks. What'd they call him? Big Daddy? Even though he wasn't a real big guy, right?
No.
And they fired him. Everybody was glad, except DeMarco Farr was very upset.
He was a pleasant guy, Rich Brooks.
Was he?
Yeah, he was a nice guy to
I
us.
was not here for that. They flew him to do his coach's show on Monday nights at Fox 2. They would fly him in the helicopter from Earth City over to the station, which was by the old arena back in the Berthold days, right by that IMOs. And they would fly him on Monday nights in the helicopter. I mean, we're not
How much
talking
time
Bill
are you
Belichick
saving
here.
there?
Couldn't possibly be bothered to drive in a car.
Flush with cash. I guess, Doug.
The industry has changed a little bit, Tim.
Things have changed. Hey, how are you guys doing this morning? Doug, your monogram loafers are ready for pickup.
Oh, great. Where?
Swing by the estate and clean this salty bin. Thanks much. That's the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. So you got to stop by her estate today to pick up your monogrammed loafers.
I would like those. Yes, please. Penny loafers.
You also can text in self-made stay-at-home Ladue moms at war with Sharon and Clayton, who Arbor Day calls Time Sharon and Clayton. Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom also, I think, has an alliance with Mr. Licks. I'm trying to follow it all. There's a lot of wars as this Real Housewives of TMA gets ready to debut. And what network did you cut a deal with? Are you like following Live Golf on Fox or something?
I'm not following at all. Am I supposed to be following
Lifetime, maybe?
Oh, the Real Housewives of TMA.
That was a me moment where you only heard the second half of,
Yes,
the,
it
of
was.
the question.
Tim, I'm
It really
listening to the
was.
show. If you're
Yeah.
wondering who's listening to the show, I am.
I was looking at some of the
Martin and I'll
text.
have a conversation. It's Isaac Bruce joining us next on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Everyone loves the St. Louis Zoo, and it's fun to learn a little more about the zoo. Little nuggets like this. They take care of 12,000 animals. That represents 450 different species. St. Louis Zoo impacts wildlife and conservation life. It's all significant what they're doing. And Together Credit Union wants to support them. So they've teamed up to offer the exclusive St. Louis Zoo debit card. That Zoo debit card will round up the change from your transactions and then donates that money to the St. Louis Zoo. The donations help further the zoo's mission, taking care of animals, animal management, wildlife conservation, all of that by simply getting the zoo debit card from Together Credit Union. Then they'll round up the money and donate it to the St. Louis Zoo. And with that debit card, you also get zoo membership. That includes discounts, attraction tickets, parking perks, much more. Just sign up to receive all of that, plus a special sea lion plush toy with the St. Louis Zoo debit card. Get it by going online at togethercu.org. Stop by. They have 14 local branches all around the St. Louis area. It's Together Credit Union. So don't wait. Sign up today. Support the St. Louis Zoo and get that cool zoo debit card. Visit togethercu.org for the full terms and details. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
Doug, adrenaline songs. That's what Jackson's doing today. Adrenaline songs.
Going to California.
Yeah. Do you consider this an adrenaline song, Doug?
No, I don't.
Well,
you extrapolated and turned it into driving songs.
Yeah, songs that when they come on your car, it said no skip. You're not skipping this song when Shuffle gives it to you.
Why? That's
I might skip this one.
Really? Would you really?
I think I might skip it.
Not as
This was right in your heyday, though. You were probably at Kirkwood or Missouri when this was out.
I don't remember hearing it much.
Really?
Zeppelin? You don't want to get the lead out?
No, didn't hear it much.
Really? Huh. Do you have a big fro or perm?
No.
I mean, the
same haircut
70s.
now, a little
Really?
longer.
You taking a shot? You're welcome to get involved on the program. Isaac Bruce is going to be joining us. Jamie Rivers was with us in the 8 o'clock hour. Miss anything, you can podcast like the Dickens via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Download the TMA STL app and the 101 ESPN app. Dobbs Tire and Auto Center sponsors the apps here on 101 and TMA. Isaac Bruce scheduled to be right around
give it
this
about a
time,
minute. Jackie's going to call him here.
That's fine. This is a program with an organic Stiefel dossier that allows us to be flexible, Doug. So don't you worry. Don't you worry about a thing. But you can tell me about the Collier and Thompson phone lines. You are going to need to do that. Collier and Thompson sponsor.
Yes. You know, it's kind of hard to move right now with interest rates still being high. There's not a lot of homes on the market there. So maybe what you ought to do is get your house fixed up so that it's your dream house. A lot of times you put off updating your home because you say, well, we'll wait until we move. Do it now while you're there, and so you can enjoy it while you're in your home right now. Maybe you won't have to move at all. Well, Collier and Thompson is definitely the place to go. They can redo any room in your house, whether you want to redo the entire kitchen or just buy an appliance or two. They can handle that. You want to redo the master bathroom, the master bedroom. You want to finish the basement. Collier and Thompson does all of that, and they do it better than anyone in town. When you are serious about getting your house spruced up, Collier and Thompson is the place to go. You know why? They don't play. They don't play at Collier and Thompson.
Is that their slogan?
They don't play. They come and they do a first-class job, and they've been doing that since the 1950s. Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard have been the owners there for more than 20 years now. They've assembled a great staff. They've got all the contractors right there and in-house. You don't have to go to 4 or 5 different places to get the job done. Collier and Thompson can handle everything that you can throw at them because simply they don't play. They have a more than 10,000 square foot showroom out there in Baldwin. They are on Manchester in Baldwin. You know where they are? Right next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House, a pancake house that, frankly, don't play. Collier and Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
There it is, Martin. Collier and Thompson. They don't play. Isaac Bruce, he is with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines as he is back in town. Good morning, Isaac.
Hey, what's up, Martin? How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm good. And that's Tim, and I got a whole crew here. I've expanded now.
Yeah, Martin's expanding, Isaac.
I see. I mean, everybody's getting promoted, and I guess Martin was included in that.
Yeah, Martin, congratulations.
I don't know. I don't look at it that way, but no, we got a great show. People are fired up. You're in town. How about it, man? You had to tell. I tried to loosely explain earlier what you were doing today. Why don't you tell the folks?
Well, you know, with the foundation today, the Isaac Bruce Foundation, we had the privilege of going to 2 high schools with my partners, Ameren, and delivering scholarship awards to 2 deserving students. So it's one of the highlights of my year, and I get to do that and experience that. And the principals at both schools were so gracious, one at McKinley and the other at Roosevelt High School. So it was fun. The students had a great time. And listen, we're asking a little bit more from seniors to come in on their days off. So they pulled it off. We pulled it off. So it was a good time.
And the origins of Flight 3000, I was trying to 300. I'm sorry. I wanted to,
Come on, Martin.
I was going to make it. I was expanding it. I'm sorry. Everything's getting promoted. Thought I'd go with the theme here. But Flight 300, tell them again. I hate when people say tell them, but you can explain it well what this is about.
Yes, the Flight 300 program is a program that we initiated a while back, and what we do is we fly students who normally can't afford an airline ticket, a bus ticket, and we kind of step in and bridge that gap for them. We've partnered with American Airlines, and over the last 2 years, they've given us over 9 million miles to fly students to school who can't afford an airline ticket. They can't afford to get to school, and some can't afford to get home. Some of the recipients, it's their very first flight, and we do dorm decor. We do Uber rides to and from the airport. It's a great program, and we're always looking for extra donors, and appreciate you having me on to ask for money to help with this program, the Isaac Bruce Foundation Flight 300 program.
Look at this guy working at isaacbruce.org is where you can find out more. Hall of Fame receiver. We just were talking about the origins. 30 years coming up. Actually, the move would have been around this time. Was it not? From the L.A. move was around this time of year?
Yeah, it was around springtime. We ended up leaving L.A., coming to the great state of Missouri and the great city of St. Louis.
And you were 1 year in to your NFL career. Be honest, you're probably a little disappointed you're leaving L.A., although the fan support was terrible. So what was the emotion of the players?
Well, to be honest, I mean, for myself, I spent 1 year of being a professional athlete in the city of Los Angeles. Prior to that, I was a college student in the city of Los Angeles with no money. And then I get a check big enough to enjoy Los Angeles. And then I hear we're leaving and we're headed to St. Louis. But, the emotions were different. I mean, I felt like, the fan support in L.A. had truly waned at that time. And then just to come to St. Louis and just see a night and day difference between fan participation. I mean, it was truly my second year was truly my first year in the National Football League.
Yeah, that 95 year, the explosion, the excitement, and playing it. We actually, in the game in Green Bay, I was there covering the Packers side of things. You guys weren't supposed to win that game, and then Isaac blocking punts, Doug.
Yeah, they didn't make him play a lot of special teams after that, but he did get the block punt that helped him win that game.
What were you doing out there on special teams?
Well, in the National Football League, if you're not starting, I mean, there's only 45 men that can dress every game. You have a 53-man roster. And if you're not one of those starters, you got to do other things to be, to get a paycheck. And I was, doing other things. I was on the kickoff return. I was on the punt block team, and I was blocking punts. And I was doing my very best, Martin, to get off of those special teams. And I had to really hone in on my skill set and sharpen my tools so I can be a full-time receiver. And fortunately, about week 3 or 4, I became a full-time wide receiver, and they took me off all special teams.
But if you block punt, I would say that'd be a catch-22. Like, I might need you out there on special teams.
Well, blocking a punt is one of those football phenomenons, right? I mean, it doesn't happen on every attempt, because if it did, no one would punt. But, we're constantly throwing and running the football, so they needed someone to block for the running backs and catch the balls from the quarterback. So I feel that perfectly.
Yeah, and that first year, I see you caught 119 passes for 13 touchdowns. You were definitely the go-to guy. That was Chris Miller throwing you all those passes, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Chris Miller, probably the most accurate quarterback that I've ever played with. I mean, this guy could push the ball down the field. He was a savvy veteran. He could ad-lib like the best of them. He just couldn't stay healthy. But that 95 season is the season I call the year of the wide receiver. You had probably 5 or 6 guys that went over 1,500 yards receiving and over 100 yards, over 100 catches that year. And I was right in the mix of it.
And yet, one of those years, was it that? There was a year, and I guess I could look it up, Doug, but there was one of those years you didn't make it to the Pro Bowl despite like 1,600 yards. And I always wondered at the voting for the Hall of Fame if that was, he only went to how many Pro Bowls? And there's years you get left off, and down the road it can haunt you.
Of course. I mean, it was that same 95 season. I was actually an all-pro player before I made my first Pro Bowl. So picture that. But, I mean, it's the entire body of work that's being scrutinized by Hall of Fame voters. And sometimes they hold things against you, and sometimes they find a way to, kind of push you forward as well.
Isaac, speaking of that, your cohort with the Rams, Torrey Holt, still on the outside looking in. It seems to me that it is inevitable, but you had to go through that process. What is your impression of what Torrey is dealing with now in the NFL Pro Football Hall of Fame?
Well, we've heard of backlogs, and unfortunately for receivers, we see it quite often at that position. And, at some point it has just to work itself out. I mean, he's definitely deserving. You can look at his full body of work. And the one stat about Torrey Holt is that I always mention is that, he's the only wide receiver in football history to have 5 1,300-yard consecutive seasons in a row. I mean, that's special. So definitely the things he did postseason-wise, he was drafted. I mean, we could make it an argument, but the voters have to vote.
And Sterling Sharp got in, and he was a great player, and I was at a lot of those games at Lambeau, but his career was cut short. It's tricky because people say, well, if he'd stayed healthy, I got mocked on Twitter saying, you don't know anything about Sterling Sharp. I said I covered like 20 of his games, but I think it's tough to put somebody in whose numbers, I get it, if they're healthy. How would you compare players who have their careers cut short? Because you could also argue Torrey's career was cut short. I mean, he only had a decade before injuries sort of did him in.
Absolutely. Well, with Sterling, I think he's one of those guys. I mean, you look at the body of work that he put out there and the way he played. I like looking at a guy's branches as well. He had Robert Brooks. He had other guys that came after him, and he probably tutored. So therefore, I think he's very deserving of it. And, who's to say? Maybe Bo Jackson gets in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, one of these days, because definitely had he stayed healthy, I mean, we're talking about a guy that probably would have challenged every rushing record that the NFL has.
I suppose for any wide receiver, the best play you could ever have in a career is catching the game-winning touchdown pass in the Super Bowl. Do you ever put that video on and just stare at it about 100 times in a day? Just keep going over and over?
You know what? Fortunately, I don't have to, because every Super Bowl season, the game is shown on NFL Network, is shown on ESPN. And the highlights of it are shown during the week. I mean, Super Bowl 34 was one of the greatest Super Bowls ever played. I think it was the first game that really came down, down to the wire before heading into overtime. So, yeah, I see it enough to enjoy it, and I never turn it off. When it comes on, I make sure I see the play, and I can turn Mike Jones' tackle off, but my catch, I got to watch that.
Don't blame you.
What are you? How are you staying busy? You coached a little high school for a while. You got a gym in the Fort Lauderdale area. What is Isaac Bruce doing these days?
Well, Mike, I'm still in ministry, man. That's my passion, and that's what I do. And like you mentioned, I do own a gym. I'm a lender, a money lender. I like to call myself and refer to myself as a bank. I do hard money loans and things of that nature. And I'm always looking for that next adventure. So I stay pretty fruitful, and I got my family, and they love me, and I love them.
And the girls are getting older now. I would do segments. He would call in. He'd be at the drive-through. He was at daddy daycare, driving them all over town. Girls are getting older.
I like that, Mark. I like it.
Daddy daycare, driving around. And when you coached, though, you did it, a year or two? Was it back at Dillard, your school?
Yeah. It wasn't a really good experience. I ended up calling Mike Martz and apologizing for always talking when he was trying to explain something. And, I got it back 10 times full.
Didn't the kid say to you, like, what do you know?
Right.
How did you respond to that?
I just shook my head and walked off.
That's when you put in the video. Here's my catch.
Yeah, that's the most you can do. It's a big time difference from when I was coming up in high school sports.
That's when Shaq would say, Google me. You know what, Jackson, our producer here, this is your chance. Isaac is a huge NBA fan.
Oh, you can talk association with Isaac Bruce, Jackson.
I remember Marshall would have these big parties in the summer, and everybody would be gathered around the TV because, like, the NBA Finals were always on.
That's
These guys love these. Jackson Burkett, producer, St. Louis Rams fan growing up, younger than all of us, but your chance to ask the Hall of Famer Isaac Bruce an NBA question.
Nice. Isaac, any run-ins with NBA players, and how do they differ, locker room chemistry-wise to NFL players?
Nice question.
Well, I think it's similar. I mean, it's the same as far as the mentality is concerned. I mean, your wolves, they're always going to rise to the top. You have your dogs, you have your other guys that help make up the team. But as far as crunch time, as far as preparation, I think those are the things that are very similar. I mean, we see the We see the Lucas of the world that are being heavily scrutinized for not being in shape, not coming to camp in shape. So those situations like that, they always play themselves out. And it's similar in basketball. You must be prepared to go do your job and not come to work unprepared. So it affects you no matter what industry you're in, and it's the same thing that I teach my children. Preparation is key. Be ready to compete and be ready to dominate at a high level. So we see that in the NBA, and we see it in the NFL as well.
You root for the Heat? I feel like you root for the Star. Or no, you just Miami?
I'm a Miami Heat. I think Pat Riley has one more in him. I mean, he has to get us something, to get back relative in the basketball world right now. But listen, I'm a huge Anthony Edwards fan. I like what he does. I mean, he's a guy that kind of reminds me of Jerry West. I didn't see Jerry West play, but I did have lunch with him one time, and the way he spoke about things, I can see a lot of Anthony Edwards in that guy.
I bet you could hoop it up yourself back in the day. Couldn't you? Did you play in high school?
Well, I was a 3-and-D guy. I didn't have a left hand, so I couldn't go left. But that's why I was a football player. But as time went on, and we do our pickup games, I was a 3-and-D guy, mostly threes, and picking up 94 feet, trying to steal the ball and get the fast break going.
Oh, and they had a basketball hoop at Rams Park. I always thought that was a bad idea.
Right.
I think Tony Banks played a lot of, maybe skipped a few meetings and played a lot of basketball.
Seemed like a sprained ankle just waiting to happen.
Yes.
Fortunately, that never happened, man, because we go in between meetings after lunch and see who can dunk, because we all, a lot of NFL players want to be NBA guys, and a lot of NBA guys think that they can play football, which I don't think is the case, because we tackle and we collide with each other. And there's a difference between being hit on the wrist and being blindsided by, Warren Sapp. So, fortunately, no one ever got injured, around that basketball court out in our city.
All right, we're going to clip and save who's going to win the NBA title. This is Celtics Town with Jason Tatum. Jackson, I need you to make a pick, Isaac to make a pick. We'll clip and compare in about 2 months.
Okay, all right. So my pick. Listen. I'm rooting for the Knicks based off history and just being able to see the Madison Square Garden's crowd just go nuts because they think that the Knicks are going to win. I mean, it's amazing to see. They're kind of like the Browns in that aspect.
Always hopeful.
From the West, I would love to see Minnesota make it, but I think OKC is going to be the team that comes out on top. And but the winner, I have to go with OKC to win the championship.
The Thunder, can they do it? Jackson, what do you think? Do you disagree with the Hall of Famer who's wearing a gold jacket while walking around St. Louis with sirens going off in the background? What do you think?
I do like the Thunder pick. I just think they're a touch young when it comes down to the later parts in late May and June. It's going to be. I still think it's the Celtics, despite losing that first game to the Knicks. I still think it's the Celtics. They can guard 1 through 4, Martin. All their guys can guard 1 through 4. Can't hunt them.
But you know what? One other thing, Martin, about the NBA right now. They're playing some of the best basketball. I mean, this is the time of year where nobody takes a play off. And this is what every NBA fan wants to see, this type of basketball you don't get during the regular season. But every game is competitive, and every possession counts, and I love it.
Well, ever since your Heat took off Game 4 when they lost by 50.
They did decide to take that off.
They did kind of, and I love you and your NBA take there, but I'm going to have to say the Heat may have sat one out when they lost by 55 to the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Well, if you're not setting records, man, you're not trying.
There you go. See? Look at that. Look at that.
See, it all works out. IsaacBruce.org is the website, and somebody immediately said I already went online and donated.
Your nemesis, Steven Time, texted that.
Yeah, you know what? The guy who donated hates me, Isaac. So this is all, it's all coming full circle.
Oh, well, let him stick it to you, Martin. I mean, go ahead and, thank you. Thank you.
Help the kids by sticking it to me. IsaacBruce.org. I believe Tim once I might have introduced him as my brother from another mother, one of our charity events, and he said, don't ever do that again.
The great Isaac Bruce, the Hall of Famer, kind enough to join us as he's in town, continuing to pay it back in St. Louis. Isaac, always great to talk with you. Thank you so much for dropping by the show.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. That's Isaac Bruce with us here on TMA, the Collier and Thompson phone lines. And Jackson, you got to talk association with Isaac Bruce.
Yeah, pretty awesome.
I mean, last week, Chris Long.
Yeah.
I mean,
Chris
Dennis
in
Gates.
Virginia.
Yeah.
Chris in Virginia, as he's known.
Yeah.
Dennis Gates, grabs
awesome.
Martin's phone and says, "Hey,
Yeah.
we got to get you signed."
Ah, man.
What are you waiting for? He said. Yeah, let's go.
It's wonderful. This is so
Isaac
much
would
fun.
definitely be on the Mount Rushmore of St. Louis Rams.
Oh, yeah.
Warner, Falk, Bruce.
Pace.
That might be it, yeah.
And Torrey's right there.
Janoris Jenkins.
Probably doesn't get on there.
Ty Hill.
And that's because of his criticism of Daniel Jones as the doo-doo man?
Yes.
I regret he's on my list of not for surprise. That would be too awkward.
Yeah.
But I was going to
Could
reach
be
out
quite
to
a
him.
situation.
No, the great artist Twyman gave me his number a while back, and I was going to get
Janoris's?
Yeah, because I was going to say the guys here are big fans of your
I am.
commentary.
Yeah,
I don't know
your
how
thoughts
it'll
on
go.
Daniel Jones.
Yeah, we just talked 20 minutes about Daniel
The
Jones.
doo-doo man, as he calls him on
Yeah.
Twitter.
And we could also ask, are there any other doo-doo mans out there in the NFL?
Yeah, and you know what? He probably would tell us.
He could be like a
I don't know,
correspondent.
what is he sitting on? Is he 9 figures? I don't know. Who knows? Either way, he doesn't have to worry about any money. He can call it however he sees it.
Yeah, and it'll be a correspondent. Anytime, every Tuesday, you can call in with who's the doo-doo man of the week.
Doug, he's going to be a reporter for you. Isaac Bruce is the best. Great interview. That's from the Kirkwood colon cleaner.
Oh.
Is that your favorite text name?
Sounds like a business.
Why do you hate Tony Horn, Doug? That's from Doug's prison wallet.
He just doesn't get on the Mount Rushmore. That's all.
He could sure return a kick, though.
Oh, he could. Boy, he could fly.
82.
I'd be curious, and I kind of wanted to ask Isaac, but I don't have. You know him, Martin, and clearly, really well, and have a rapport with him. Some guys like to answer these questions. Some guys feel like it's like La Russa. That's why he would do tied for first if you asked him to compare a team or a player or an era. His reasoning for doing the tied for first was, I don't want to be disrespectful to the other teams, the other players. But I remember asking Ozzie Smith which of the 3 Cardinal teams that went to the World Series in the 80s was the best, because I knew what I thought, from my fan perspective was, but he's actually there and he's playing. What do you think he said, by the way, before I give it away? The Wizard on which team was the best, 82, 85, 87?
85.
Doug, what do you think?
87 World Series, they were without Jack Clark, weren't they? Was that the one he couldn't play in?
That's correct. And I think Terry Pendleton might have been compromised.
Yeah, they were banged up against the Twins.
But they didn't have Vince Coleman in 85.
Yeah. Tarp got him.
Kind of like Edmund would say 04 best team, even though they didn't win. So the Wizard said
85.
85.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'd be curious, where they offensively they might have actually been their best in 2000, but that was the Azakim fumble. But their defense was so atrocious that one flies under the radar in comparison to the 2 that went to the Super Bowl. 2003 was also a great team. That was the Steve Smith, Jason Seorn, jockstrap playoff. So I'd be curious because you've probably talked with some of the guys. You have
what
the relationship
the best
with
team was.
they probably would debate 99 or 2001. But if you're asking a guy who's on that side of the ball, he might actually say 2000. I don't know,
because they were so good offensively.
I just feel like the 99 team was really close to being undefeated, and I think that's even though they went 13-3. Yes,
they didn't care about the 16th game.
Exactly, that was against the Eagles. That was Andy Reid's
Joe
first
Germain
season.
started.
That's correct.
So you could have been 14-2 easily.
They would have
in
set
that
more.
game,
They would have set more offensive records than they did had they actually played the late third quarter and fourth quarter games.
It was like a college team. It was like take your pick of whatever college force you would want to pick. That's what the 99 Rams were. But I feel like a lot of the guys would say 2001, and that always kind of surprised me. I don't know. I mean,
that it was the best team.
That was the best team. I mean, and I'm not saying 99 because they won the Super Bowl. Either team could have. I think both probably should have. But I always say the 99 team.
I think it was. I think when they say the 2001 team was better, they're saying we should have won that Super Bowl. We were so good.
They will all say that.
Yeah.
And if you say, oh, you're over it, nope, not over it. All of them. Holt, Bruce, Falk.
That's the thing.
They're still haunted.
You never get
and
over
that's
it.
why I thought Braden Shen, to tie it all back to where we started today, I thought he looked just devastated still yesterday. And that's why when these guys lose at a big moment, they never get over that.
Never.
Well, he's a guy who seems to play with as much heart as anybody they have. So it's not surprising if there's one guy that would take the loss especially hard, it would be Braden Shea.
Yeah, he looked like, I got to do this. I'm a pro, but I am miserable. Out of all the people that paraded through the dais yesterday for the Blues, I thought he just looked not even stunned anymore, but just devastated is what he looked like. And so if you ask these guys who lost that Super Bowl 23 years ago, they'll still talk about it.
Absolutely, and understandably so, because a good number of the team didn't get to experience what happened in 1999, so they never got the ring. Tyoka Jackson's a guy who stands out to me, Martin. Anytime you see the picture of Vinatieri's kick, Jackson is outstretched. It's like you can tell he's giving everything he can. His finger was close to that ball. You'll never shake it off. And I know it certainly doesn't make the healing process for any Blues fans any better, but the reality is you will see that highlight. You will see it 2 decades from now, and it will live forever. Even though it was only the first round, it will live forever. And even though I was just looking it up during the commercial break and saying to these guys, because I thought I saw Dallas was only minus 117 to win the series, and I thought, ooh, I got to take some of those winnings from Sunday night and put it on Dallas. But that's 117 to win the game tonight, game 1 in Winnipeg. To win the series, Dallas is you almost got to put $200 down to win 100. That's how big of a favorite Dallas is. And I'm sure a part of that is what we talked about with Jamie Rivers, the Scheifele-Morrissey situation. I mean, Stanley is kind of a whatever 5'2" player that Dallas has. I'm sure he'll pick on him. But Scheifele and Morrissey being the question. And Montgomery did say, you have that sound? Montgomery said he's actually doing worse today than he was on Sunday, which other guys may have said as well. But that's how Montgomery kind of opened it up yesterday.
Well, it does sting. I mean, it hurts more today than it did 2 days ago, to be honest. But we will use it to grow. You know, I'll make sure that we're better in pulled goalie situations. That's my job. I'm going to make sure the plan is better. I'll study the teams that were the best at it and see what they do that is similar to our D-zone coverage so, you know, we can do it easily.
There it is. Not doing well. I don't know when you shake it. I mean, it's probably one of those things that just it's gradual. I do agree, though, that they will use it as motivation. Now, whether or not it actually is converted into result, of course, is to be determined. I also thought something that was of note from across the board yesterday, both with Montgomery and Armstrong and even players as well, we're not going to wait to kick it into full gear until February. We are going to be ready to go from the beginning, so we're not in a spot that we're chasing it like they were, because that might have taken something out of them. And maybe if I'm to, dig into what that's about, they got beat up at the end and they got gassed at the end of the regular season, that is. Certainly the Holloway injury, but Thomas also. And if they could go back to ideally be in a spot where they're maybe more on a full tank than they were. So
you expended a lot of energy for sure
to just get there,
to get to that point. I mean, Hitch always said that about the 2016 team where they lost in the conference final to San Jose, that they wasted a lot of energy going to Game 7 with both the Blackhawks and Stars. Remember, they led those series and could have closed them out sooner. And then they went to Game 7 back-to-back, and he said we expended a lot of energy just to get to San Jose. So I think that's true for the Blues, with 2 months of playing the equivalent of playoff hockey just to get in.
The loss stings, but hearing Monty and Army talk yesterday makes it less painful. I cannot believe Boston got rid of Monty. He seems like the best man to lead a team that's in the 3 and 4. That is a case, and you'll see this. You can see this in business, and you can see it in sports, where somebody knows that they are weak and the only way they can survive is by, putting a bullet in somebody's head, metaphorically speaking. And that is what happened there. That was a roster construction issue in Boston, and Jim Montgomery was the sacrificial lamb. And the way that played out for Boston this year, I think, closes the book on what the real problem was. It clearly wasn't Jim Montgomery. Martin, you got onboarding. And today's a big day for onboarding. I know Wednesdays are always big with you and Chaim.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have a lot. And Chaim actually is saying, what do you do if you're not allowed to talk, but you got something to say? We'll get into that onboarding. Also, I'd like to shout out Quamain Voyukis, The 4th?
Now, that's another one of your nemesis.
Well, because of the theme here, the texters that like to come after me are supporting Isaac Bruce. He said, I'll donate. Suck it, Martin. That's from Clemaine.
And Steven Time did, too.
Steven Time. If Mr. Siders would throw some cash.
If Harrison's brother Master
If
did.
Harrison's brother, anybody who is sideways with me, or Jackson, or life in general, go to isaacbruce.org and take it out. Just take it out on that foundation.
There you go. All right, Martin's going onboarding. It is TMA. It's presented by Brandon Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
Maybe Isaac Bruce is headed to Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. They've got direct flights to Fort Lauderdale, Fort Myers, 7 different Florida destinations. They also go to Hilton Head, Vegas. They had a Gulf Shores recently. So for folks who are going down that direction, instead of loading up the car and driving 12, 13 hours, whatever it is, save time and get a great deal at Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. Get online. It's flymidamerica.com. Great deals on the flights themselves through Allegiant. And then you have the convenience of the airport, Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Parking is less than $10 a day. You leave the car there in the lot. It's right there. Walk into the terminal, get to the gate, all in about 15 minutes. Think about that from your last trip that you took. 15 minutes from your car to the gate. Great destinations, including Gulf Shores. That's a recent addition. They continue to add flights. Last year was Knoxville. So you're saving money on the flights, going somewhere fun. Go down to Fort Myers, Fort Lauderdale. Where else you want to go? 7 spots in Florida. A Vegas trip. You can do all of it online at flymidamerica.com.
Where's my car? Really need to do some driving to this. Is this a recorder? This is like that instrument you play in 4th grade?
I don't know what exactly the instrument is. This is MGMT, of course. Kids.
Have you ever seen that on TikTok, Doug, when they did their first performance of this?
Oh, yeah, that's cool. Like a college campus. Yeah, that's sick.
That's like if, you know, people could have seen our first meeting at the old 2 Fox KTVI on the Berthold location before the very first morning grind. That was July 2004.
Oh, was
Just
it?
to, like, see the incubator and, like, you could take yourself back to know that you were present for when greatness was conceived.
No, for heaven's sakes.
Kind of like apparently a Boston hotel room in January of 76. So I've been told. And why I've been told that, I don't know. But yeah, that's where I was conceived.
I'm actually gonna,
was it really?
I'm going to try to check out that hotel room this weekend.
Oh, you're going up there, and that's why you're going, is to find the hotel room where I was conceived.
I wasn't
bet
gonna,
there's a special sign.
There's a plaque.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything, but I found out where it was, and I need to see it.
This is like an immersive Tim tour. You know, it starts in Boston.
Some people go to Boston for the founding fathers, Doug, but in a sense, I'm the founding father of incredible St. Louis Sports Talk Radio.
Well, back in December, I went to Little Rock, and I got to see the station where it all started.
Right.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Where I was.
Now we're stalking.
Yeah. Where I was removed from the anchor desk because the general manager thought I made overtones towards self-pleasure during my sportscast. One of the strangest damn experiences. And obviously, this show has had some strange incidents. That still might be the George Washington of the Mount Rushmore. I'm 22 years old, and I'm making subtle references to self-pleasure during a sportscast. That's what she thought. But I was deemed a Yankee in Little Rock, and so I was already trouble.
Yeah. I was a Southerner when I was in Minnesota.
You can't win if you're from St. Louis.
You can't win.
If you're North,
Shut up, ravioli head.
Oh.
And if you're South, you're a Yankee.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd never heard the term Yankee be used as anything describing other than a baseball team from the Bronx.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know it. You say Knoxville, it's Knoxville. You say Fayetteville, it's Fayetteville.
I won't say that. I won't say that.
Like, but I mean, that's how you pronounce it. I don't know what to do. I can't like come down here and start talking like Brian Kelly when he gets hired by LSU.
Wow. Yeah. Nellyville.
And then there's Nellyville. KG, I have a black light. You can take to Boston to look for McKernan DNA. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. I don't know if you're going to take that. Are you driving to Boston? You like your road trips? That'd be a haul, brother.
No, this is a flight. I got a flight at about 2 o'clock today.
Oh, you're flying out today?
have you really?
Nonstop?
Yeah, direct.
Logan?
Yep.
God bless.
And what all are you going to do up there?
Right now, the only thing on the Boston dossier
There you go.
is Red Sox Rangers tomorrow.
Who are you going with?
Meeting a friend up there.
Oh, Doug.
James Earl Jones.
Yes.
Met someone online, didn't you?
Yeah,
From
what's
Boston?
doing here?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's doing? I feel like there's something doing right now. I didn't know this. What's the deal with the guys on this program going up to the Northeast for rendezvous? Jackson's going up there for Sweet Sweet Kai's wedding, Cape Cod. And now Chairman Kurt's going up there. What are you guys, drug mules for the Northeast, for the mob in the Southie?
Yeah, just to be frank, yeah.
You even bought a Red Sox hat for the occasion.
I did. I like Jackson brought up having other teams' caps, and I've got a Padres cap, a Dodgers cap, and I figured,
That Red Sox cap is it's a pretty hat. It's what the Cardinals should be wearing on the road, just with the STL.
Can I air a grievance real quick?
Please.
I went into Lids yesterday to pick this up, and these new
so that's brand new.
Yeah.
It looks brand new.
These 5950s, they're not cheap.
Yeah.
And the worker there was like, do you want me to give the bill a little curve for you?
Looks great.
I said, sure.
Curve looks great.
And when I went to go swipe my card, it cost me $5 to have her just wiggle.
They charge you for it.
Charge you for bending the lid?
Worth it. I think it's worth it.
Well, you can't do that yourself?
No, because it's not just about bend. If you just bend a 59...
steamed it and then bent it.
If you just bend it, it's going to have a point. It's going to look like a tent. Like it's if you bend a traditional...
Then you're bending too hard.
No, I know, but it has to be steamed. It has to be done correctly. And you can do it yourself. It's just hard. If they're going to do it for $5, what are you going to spend that $5 on? Huh? Parking? No,
I don't know.
It's worth it because now every single time he puts that on, it's going to look perfect.
Why don't they just make
it was the best $5 you spent all
I feel
year.
better now hearing you say that.
Why don't they just make them slightly bent?
I don't like the fact that you weren't told about
That's
the
the
charge.
thing. If you tell me, I probably would have done it anyway. But I feel like I got bait and swede there.
That's fair.
That's
Not telling you about it. That's fair.
Yeah, that's dirty pool.
That's fair.
Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is this friend a male or a female?
It's a female friend.
There it is. There it is.
Doug.
How you doing, boys?
That's what she said to lure you up to Beantown.
Come here, big fella.
There's that also.
So you'll have yourself quite a little time up there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. The only time I've ever been in that part of the country, I went to Cooperstown Dreams Parks. I think you went there with one of your kids back in my younger
See,
days.
I don't consider those the same parts of the country.
Yeah, seriously. The Finger
Now, Jackson's
Lakes?
barely. I wasn't angered by it. I just was saying I don't.
Well, the
Jackson's
Finger
angered
Lakes in
by it.
Massachusetts are necessarily
Northeast quadrant.
There, yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay.
That's as far northeast as I've been. And
But upstate New York and okay, I'm with you.
Yeah, I haven't been up there, so I'm looking forward to it. Get away for a couple days.
You gonna check out Harvard?
I don't know. Should I?
Yeah. It's kind of fun to see, I guess.
Oh, you've gone there?
Yeah.
What's doing there?
Nothing was doing there. It was just, the most historic college in the country.
Wow, shot at the Missouri School of Journalism.
Yeah, so I just wanted to see it. It's right by the river there where people are rowing. And they got the crew teams out there. It looks like something out of a movie. The
Winklevi.
Yeah.
Is it, this ties in, trust me. My son, 7 years old, wanted to watch Good Will Hunting.
Oh, so good. I just recently rewatched it with my girlfriend.
Well, I get that, and I do agree with you. It's one of my top 3 movies. What are my top 3 movies, Doug?
I don't know.
Jackson?
Graduate,
Yep.
Good Will Hunting,
Yep.
and then the oil scene.
That's fourth. That's Chasey Lane, Jill Kelly, and Kylie Ireland. But the third film, The Godfather, all 3 G's, triple G. But at 7 years old, my wife's like, just rolled her eyes. So inappropriate. But I'm like, that's how we put food on the table around here, sister. But either way, we got halfway through. So we're going to watch half it. It's 9 o'clock. Dad's got to go up and snort some pills to go to bed.
Right.
We'll watch the second half of it. And I'm like, there's no way he's going to be able to follow this. But he was enjoying it. To be honest, I'm looking at you like you're a parent. I'll ask Doug. Is that a little aggressive? I don't know. I assume it's an R just because the R-rated movie because there's language.
Swallow the bug.
But I mean, there's not like
there's
violence or anything like that.
No violence.
The Baker Street scene.
Yeah,
Jerry
but
Rafferty.
that's like Godfather level hitting. They're really soft punches that they're making look to be rough.
Casey Affleck.
Yeah. I don't know. When you were 7, you'd probably watched it, right?
Yeah.
I would have too.
I just don't does he understand? I think so much of it is like the emotional sense of it, and I don't know if any 7-year-old would be mature enough to really retain that.
And I said to him, how about that Mini Driver, huh?
That's what you said.
That didn't resonate. Yeah, that didn't resonate.
Not yet. No, give him a couple more
years. And
years.
then my wife wants to take him to Post Malone and Jelly Roll. Is that aggressive?
Some Post Malone.
And she goes, "What do you think?" And I go, I don't care. I'll watch the 3-year-old. We'll probably go to the range, to be honest with you, so I'm all for it. And she goes, no, like appropriate. I go, asking me what's appropriate. I said, I don't know. Whatever I'm good with whatever you think. But I can't imagine the show is going to have a lot of 7-year-olds littered about. My wife and I took him to Zach Bryan last year, like a year ago to the day, I think. But he liked some Zach Bryan songs. It wasn't just like, I don't know how much he knows about Post Malone and Jelly Roll.
I was going to say, Post Malone, I'm sure you know the couple of the songs. Yeah, I don't think Post Malone's music is overtly vulgar or, I think he'd be fine.
Mm. Well, I mean, I don't, I'm whatever, but I'm curious. I'm trying to get a gauge. Doug has actually raised 3 wonderful lads, so that's why I'm posing these queries. And Chairman Kurt's going up there to look at where Will Hunting solved a wide variety of formulas as a janitor. Spoiler alert.
Oh, yeah.
Would you take Greg Vaughn to Post Malone and Jelly Roll?
When he was 7?
Right.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Not that I know of any vulgar songs that Post Malone did.
Got a couple, but it's not terrible. It's not like you're not taking him to like a weekend show. That would be different.
I probably wouldn't have taken him because we'd have both fallen asleep by the time the first act would have come on.
That's the key issue.
Mm-hmm. Geez, would you look at the time? It's 8:30.
It's got to shut this thing down. Let him go to Posty. He's going to see a lot of breast, which will be good for him. That's from Mr. Siders. So Mr. Siders is giving his reasoning for being supportive. I believe the more you expose your kids to and take away the taboo, the less likely they are to grow up and become a nasty, nasty morning show host. That's from the 3 and 4. And I have to tell you, I could not agree more with that text. And if we were giving away a text of the day, because I use profanity so casually, it's just how I talk, except between 7 and 11, that I've noticed that my kids don't, well, the 3-year-old don't really talk, but the 7-year-old, it's like, has zero interest in it. Because I think, and not like this was by design, but it removes the taboo of it. So I think there's something to that.
That may be just in front of you. He may go to school and spread all those words, and everyone else is, oh my God, what's he doing?
No, I don't know about that. I don't know. No, I'm certain I would hear about that if that were going on there. So yeah, I don't know. Like, it's just never because the door's open. You know,
I think there was something to that. Like the kids I knew in high school whose parents were very overprotective. As soon as they got to college, they let it rip.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I had the same thing.
Really?
Yeah, one of my, I know I'm not painting with a broad brush, but one of my most religious friends as a youngster kind of grew up to be one of the most deviant. So I think there's something to that when things become taboo and are...
Yeah, when you're denied something for the first 18 years.
Yeah, I blame my mom for me being a pervert. I don't know if we can use that for a promo or not.
Yeah, clip that off.
But yeah, she used to, anytime there was like a nude scene in a film.
Right, cover your
eyes. Like stand in front of the TV. And I had to know what it was doing, you know. So then I looked to find out what it was doing. And now look at me.
Right.
I've got so many Brazzers subscriptions. We're families upside down. Got that and the Nolan Arenado bet. Why can't we afford things, Dad?
You need more than one of those?
Gambling with listeners and subscribing to Brazzers.
Call Dave Ramsey. So much.
Wouldn't that be great?
I have so much money in Brazzers and OnlyFans, but I will not part with any of them.
So you didn't have a remote control? She'd actually jump up from the chair?
Well, it was the 1980s.
We had remote controls back then.
This was South City, man. We were just lucky that we had the roof.
Did you guys call the clicker?
That's right. Yeah, I don't even remember what film it would be. Like, what film would have had nudity that we were watching as a family?
That would have been on linear television?
Probably
I can't
nothing.
imagine any of them.
No, we probably had a VHS out.
Oh, yeah, blessed.
Yeah, very blessed. Thank you.
It's where Wet Pink went. No, I was thinking...
I don't think your parents were watching Wet Pink.
Was there breast in Animal House?
Yeah.
I don't think we watched Animal House as a family. I'm trying to figure what movie it was. Yeah, I don't know. As a family, what movie are you watching where there's just random nudity? You know what I mean?
None.
Yeah, the 80s,
right, that's what I'm saying.
The 80s, like it was like a checklist thing. Like we have these things and breasts.
Doug, do you follow that?
Title of the segment?
I don't recall that warning. Otherwise, I'd have stayed away,
Of course.
Tim, were you guys watching Roadhouse? That's from Dave Hay. I don't believe as a family we enjoyed. Doug, was that Sam Elliott, Patrick Swayze?
I think so.
I once saw a guy at a bar in Southwest Illinois who had a Patrick Swayze from Roadhouse tattoo on his left ass cheek.
How did you happen to see the ass cheek?
He was pretty proud to show it off.
Oh, is that right?
Right there in the bar.
Look at you. Look at you.
He had just left ODub, sent it out there with his ass tat.
Tim, that's right. You take the bullets out of the gun. It's not as much fun to use. And this is from a guy with a 10 and 12-year-old daughters. How about that? That's from the 314. Caddyshack is a good guess from Mahomes' long body, but I don't feel like we watched that as a family. Porky's, Doug, I don't think as a family we sat down to watch
Probably
Porky's.
not. Funny movie, though.
Vacation, that's a good guess, Jackie Scissors. That might be
Beverly
it.
D'Angelo.
Beverly D'Angelo
Your mom
in
would
St. Louis.
She'd have to be Usain Bolt to get up in time. That's a very quick... That's a quick. It's a quick.
She saw it coming.
Very brief.
Could have been European vacation when the Griswolds visited Germany. Rusty made friends with somebody at Oktoberfest. Of course, Clark Griswold said, "My family and I are looking for sex."
Yeah, wasn't there a hairy European man in the bathtub there too? Or Beverly
Jim and Kurt, did you hear that reaction, Doug? You heard a little.
Beverly D'Angelo's in the bathtub, and there was a hairy European guy.
No, it was a hairy. It was a hairy English woman.
Oh
no! He said, "Ellen, when did you stop shaving your legs?" And then he realized it was a different woman, and he said, "I have a mild case of herpes."
That's right. That's right.
To try to chase her off.
That's right. That's right.
You can email in on your mild cases. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, longtime sponsor of TMA. 423 5-star reviews for James and his team. I am a client and have been for 6 years, and I wholeheartedly recommend that you make the switch to James Carlton and his team in Webster Groves. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.com. It's James Carlton. He has a huge team to make sure that they provide great customer service when people call in or email in, but also so they can constantly be looking for ways to save their clients money. It is a world of difference working with James Carlton. That's why he has 423 five-star reviews. If you ever have a situation where you're like, oh, I got to reach out to my insurance agent, and there's probably urgency if you are doing that, you know you are going to be able to call during business hours and get the question answered right away and not deal with, oh, going to hear back in a couple days. It's not the way it works, and it makes a difference. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. The program is called TMA. We're on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Hey, St. Louis, Tim McKernan here to talk about aesthetic design and build. The forecast is wonderful in the St. Louis area over the next 10 days as the weather is warming up. You want to take advantage of these months to spend time with your family outside. Well, that's where aesthetic design and build comes into play. They have been working with customers now for years, 30 plus, to give them customized outdoor living spaces. They really specialize in their custom, full-on custom deck work. But whether you want to add on a pergola, if you're like me, you want to look to shade your covered patio with retractable screen, they really do have answers for it all. You can see it firsthand at their showroom in Chesterfield Valley or by giving them a call at 636-532-5008 or visiting them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Really are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. See for yourself at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplexes. Just in, the Cowboys and Steelers agreed to a trade that will send George Pickens to Dallas for a 2026 third-round pick. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, these are adrenaline songs, or they're songs that you don't switch when you're driving and they come on the radio?
That's right, the latter.
So, in other words, your favorite songs?
No. No, because songs that just sound better in the car. And you singing along, and I think this is one of them. And there's no sunshine out right now.
Well, I'll tell you, if this comes on and I'm in a good place, this doesn't match with the mood, even though I appreciate the great Bill Withers, Doug.
Yeah,
it's like a mellow tune.
Yeah, but it's like there's a juxtaposition to it.
This might have been good for Monday following the unfortunate incident in Manitoba.
It certainly would have. But I think that's what's so great about this song is the versatility.
And the juxtaposition of it?
Yeah, like I'm happy. The song's a little melancholy, kind of like a emotional smoothie.
Oh, okay.
A young Julie Warner walks out of a lake completely naked, shown from the top for a fairly extended period of time in front of Michael J. Fox. We thought this was going to be a family comedy and were surprised when we saw this scene, especially in front of our 14 and 12-year-old sons. That's from the 618. I believe that's a carryover from the previous segment.
Right.
And that film, of course, 1991's Doc Hollywood.
I don't know the years.
I believe it was 1991's Doc Hollywood. Good picture. That's a movie.
It was good. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. I feel like it's somewhat obscure. But that's a movie, speaking of songs that won't be turned off, that's a movie that if I have the time and it pops up, I might watch it.
Kind of hard to believe that Michael J. Fox was cast as the doctor. He looked like he was about 15 years old in the movie.
Well, he had that going for the 80s and the 1990s.
Well, and wasn't that kind of a theme with Doogie Howser and Neil Patrick Harris? I got their names.
I don't know. I think they cast him because he was a big star at the time.
That's fair enough.
What's your question about Neil Patrick Harris?
Well, I'm saying Doogie Howser I assume that was out around that time. So it wasn't uncommon for us as American television and movie viewers to see a very young medical doctor. Am I speaking a different language here?
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
No.
I thought you were talking about guys who are older but looked younger, like Ralph Macchio, I think was 47 when he was in Karate Kid.
Yeah, still looks like he's 18. No, I'm saying that
I don't think it was necessarily a theme or a conscious thing among Hollywood is let's crank out a lot of pictures with young kids as doctors.
I know, but I'm saying they could have been more, it was easier to sway them to cast Michael J. Fox, considering that I don't know the chronology here, but that Doogie Howser's already out.
When I watched the movie, I never one time thought of Doogie Howser.
A young doctor, you don't think? When I hear young doctor, I think Doogie Howser.
Iggy is in the YouTube chat, and he says, look like I joined just in time. He enjoys the scenes featuring, I guess, surprise nudity. That's the theme here?
Surprise. I like that.
You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming up. 10:51 is what I said. That's what we're going to do it today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. And then also, of course, you can text in 314-399-9646. Tim is right as always. That's from Jackie's Scissors. I don't know what I'm right about, but I agree with Jackie's Scissors.
I don't know. I just don't.
A 37-year-old man played a high schooler in 13 Reasons Why. That's from the 618. Jackson, is that correct?
I don't know if I've ever seen 13 Reasons Why, but that happens all the time. Like they'll have high school, especially in like the 70s and 80s, where it's like people in their 40s are playing high schoolers. And
That's what I'm saying. Like Ralph Macchio was much older. Doogie Howser sure suffered a bad fate in Gone Girl. Box cutter much? Oof. Yikes. That's from Sharon and Clayton Starr of The Real Housewives of TMA.
Okay. Yeah, really rough. Okay, so Doogie Howser came out in '89, so it was in season 2 or 3 by that time Doc Hollywood was out. I think that absolutely swayed the decision for the casting.
I don't think it had the first thing to do with it.
I have to tell you, I agree wholeheartedly with Doug. I don't know what you're talking about still.
Well, Doug's saying that Michael J. Fox looked young, like felt young to be a doctor. And I'm saying American audiences were used to young people in the medical field because of Doogie Howser.
I don't know about that. You maybe overblowing the importance of Doogie Howser in the
I think you're
American
under
culture.
I think you need to apologize to Neil Patrick Harris.
He will join us tomorrow, as will Stephen Matz. We'll have Neil Patrick Harris and Stephen Matz.
Let's
on
have them on at the same time.
Get to the bottom of this.
Guys, Friday Night Lights TV show. Those were awful, quote-unquote, high schoolers. That's from Edmund's text ringtone.
Yeah, Tweeter in Varsity Blues didn't strike me as a high school football player there. He seemed a little older.
What about Tweeter in 1999's Varsity Blues?
But they got away with it because of Doogie Howser.
It all comes back to Doogie.
And John Voight was a stern high school coach.
Yeah. Well, most high school kids look still like kids.
Yeah.
So it's probably hard to find a 16 or 17-year-old person who can carry a full-length motion picture without a lot of experience.
At St. Gabriel's, we had a kid who was held back so many times he was able to drive to school in 8th grade.
Was he really? In 8th grade?
Yeah. He had a peach fuzz mustache, too.
They don't hold anybody back now. Nowadays, nobody gets held back.
No, they just put you right through.
Yeah, they don't want to deal with it.
So I guess I got to live in a special time.
Yeah.
And he was considered the coolest. It was like Beavis and Butthead. Todd's cool. It's like, oh, man, he gets to drive to grade school. How cool is that?
Yeah, if you're picking up your date for the 8th grade dance, that's a problem.
When I was a kid, the first thing you looked at when you got your report card at the end of the year was if you're moving on to the next grade. That's the only thing that really mattered.
Is Jackson doing a shtick right now? That's
No. No, you have to look at the context of where the world is at.
Is there another example, or are you just strictly
Doogie was big
standing on
enough.
Doogie?
Doogie was big enough.
No, Michael J. Fox was a big star.
That was the reason why. That's
No
it.
doubt, no doubt. But if they had
Watch this. Full stop.
So if they had any trepidation about, American audiences buy that he's a doctor at this young age, they're like, Doogie, look at
Doogie
Doogie.
Howser's operating.
Look at Doogie.
I don't think so. I think it was unrelated.
Okay.
Michael J. Fox was 30 years old when Doc Hollywood came out. Keep your cinematic opinions to yourself and your homeboys. That's from the Fluffernutters
But
fan
I think we
page,
can
by the
all
way.
agree, because of his face and his shorter height, that he looked younger.
That's offensive.
Yeah. He looked very young.
He looked younger.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, he had been on what the hell was that? Family Ties for like a decade when that thing came out.
Right, but he played a
high schooler.
High schooler, right. And
that means he would be in his late 20s at the.
Sure. But still looked to say Back to the Future playing a high schooler hanging out with a
85.
65-year-old guy for
Just
some reason.
91. Now he's there bundled up in a blanket with Julie Werner emerging surprisingly nude.
Nude.
You're 100% correct, Jackson.
I don't know.
I've actually seen quite
and then
a few
the text
texts.
right below it says, "Stop, Jackson."
No. We're just gonna. The first one's the only one that counts.
Because we were used to watching
I didn't say
Doogie
only.
Howser.
I didn't say only. I'm just taking myself if I was a fly on the wall in that board meeting that they probably had at whatever studio it was, and I'm saying if they had any trepidation about casting a younger-looking medical physician, those were alleviated by the fact that Doogie Howser was successful.
I don't know. I think they probably thought, hey, we think we've got a pretty good script here. Who can we get to play it? Michael J. Fox. He's hot. Let's get him.
For sure. I think yes. I'm not saying it's the only reason.
But you're saying they wouldn't have given him the part had it not been for the glass ceiling that Neil Patrick Harris broke.
I think that the process would have taken a little longer.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
More test audiences would have been involved. Yeah. Screen testing and such.
Doug, that's a take.
Okay.
It wasn't a take I
All right.
expected.
He's going to hang with it.
Yeah, he is. He's going to die on the hill. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today is coming up. This is TMA.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. They were founded in downtown St. Louis way back in 1890. Same street the company is headquartered on today. They're not moving. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They also partner with the Cardinals and the Blues and now the Stifel Charity Classic, and they sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. Stifel and TMA, that's where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Doug Posty.
Okay. That's what you call him, Posty?
Mm-hmm. His son's going to be jamming to this next week, apparently. I told Jackson, I think my favorite Post Malone song is Congratulations, and I felt like I was kind of dismissed when he goes, there's nothing wrong with chalk. That's what
It's his probably his biggest or second, maybe third biggest hit.
Really? See, I wouldn't consider that.
Oh,
I know it was popular, but I think since then.
Yeah, Sunflower was huge. White Iverson, which is how he came into the music world, that's still huge.
Google and post Sunflower comes up first.
Yeah.
Congratulations, second.
Is that right?
That was on a huge Spider-Man movie too, so we got that bump. But congratulations, like when I it's kind of replaced "All I Do Is Win" by DJ Khaled as like the team wins something and you start playing "Congratulations" by Post Malone.
Can you think of when that's been used? I'm surprised to hear that too. And I'm not saying that it hasn't.
For sure. I just feel like that is like I don't know. I can't.
I was asking for an example.
I don't know if I could give you a specific example.
No further questions, Your Honor. I know I've got a losing case here, but when you can say no further questions, Your Honor, it might sway the jury.
Okay. You may step down.
Yeah, you may step down. That's all I got on this. Doug, The Athletic has 10 early season MLB numbers that could be cause for alarm, and the Cardinals have a representation in there.
Huh. Attendance?
No, this is about people on the team. And it involves Nolan Gorman. And this is, I have to tell you, it's an alarming statistic. So much so that I wanted to bring it up here on the program. Nolan Gorman's bat speed is down more than any other qualified hitter all the way to the 29th percentile, down nearly 3 ticks from last year when he was in the 70th percentile in that metric. I wonder what the hell happened.
I wonder if he's trying to make more contact, just maybe not trying to swing for the fences, trying to make more contact.
As a counselor, I'm obligated to go, how's that working
It's
out?
not working.
Bat speed does a good job of describing raw power, and Gorman isn't a small sample prospect anymore. It's if there's hope, it's that he still gets barrels. He's in the 64th percentile and not chasing 86th percentile. So maybe it's a blip. Gorman has some flaws. He doesn't run well. The defense is inconsistent. He doesn't put the ball in play a lot. If the Cardinal second baseman isn't going to have plus bat speed, those flaws are only going to get more attention.
And don't you know, if they trade him, he's going to hit 45 home runs for somebody next year.
He will probably break, depending on your perspective, Barry Bonds or Hank Aaron's record.
I would think he would, yeah. Become the biggest star in the game. He's yet to come into a batting coach with the Cardinals that can get him turned around. Maybe he can't be turned around. I don't know how many guys have really worked with him. You would think several along the way.
It's common sense. When a guy gets his eye back, he sacrifices his bat speed. That's from Maxwell Hung.
I'm not sure what that means.
Oh, it's a
reference to...
Gorman got his eye back.
Oh, okay.
Nolan Gorman got his eye back.
Right.
This nerd stuff is boring. Get to the damn emails. That's from Hoosier Daddy.
Stop yelling at us, please.
Got a wonderful 2 segments on Post Malone and surprise nudity. I, for 30 seconds, give a Cardinal statistic and am held accountable. Like, that is the gig. But I say to myself, this is the life we've chosen. I didn't ask who ordered the hit.
Right. Well, pay him no, never mind.
Keep them short today.
Keep the email short?
Yes.
You're having a tough time with some of the length there, especially as you get ready to go to the Northeast.
It has nothing to do with that.
Disrespectful to the other competitors.
Right.
Like when you're an established person who obviously has a track record, and we appreciate you, but making a really long email is like, it's hogging time.
Who was the guy yesterday? It was about 8 paragraphs long.
Yeah,
blocking.
Doug put me to block him, and I wasn't even halfway through the email. Designer Heating Cooling Email is coming up. This is TMA. All right, Doug. Design Air is sponsor of the email today. You know anything about Design Air? Because I think you're a client, and so is mine, and so am I.
I am a client. They've been out to my house a few times. It's a name you need to know whenever you have any kind of problem with your air conditioner or your furnace, and you know darn well, and give it 3 weeks, and it's going to be 95 degrees here. Hope that you've maintained that air conditioner, because when it gets hot, you're going to want it, and that's where Seth Goldcamp comes in. He and his family have served over 10,000 customers since 1904. It's a fourth-generation St. Louis business, and the longest-running TMA supporter and sponsor on the show. They're known for their honesty and going above and beyond. They will never, ever try to upsell you. They will always give you exactly what you need, nothing more. That's how they train their employees, and that's how they're going to work with you. They take that reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. You can find them online at designairservice.com.
Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Ow! Hello, everyone. I started this email because I wanted to tell Jackson that the idea of a caller asking Dave Ramsey about how to manage his household budget around a recurring Brazzers subscription legitimately made me laugh out loud. But then we need to have Dotem call into Dave Ramsey. I think I really do. But then Libby Jack quintupled down on his Strodian Doogie Howser Doc Hollywood take and completely outdid himself. Never admit you're wrong, pal. Just grab a shovel and dig in deeper. You're a special spirit. Chairman, keep up the great work. Tim, continue your broadcast heroism. And Doug, if you want to make out with my loose and conversational, I don't know what this word is, so I'm going to err on the side of caution. I can slide my sundress up for you, tee-hee. XOXO, that's from Dave Ramsey's Brazzers budget cash envelope.
We'll just call him Dave Ramsey. It was a poor email.
I got to tell you, Dave Ramsey is all over my algorithm on TikTok.
Let me introduce you to someone else. His name's Caleb Hammer.
Caleb Hammer.
He does something very similar, but it's in person.
What's he do?
Like this guy shows up at my house?
No, like the people show up to him and complain about their finances, and they're always like, I can't get a second job because my dog. It's so funny.
Is it a parody?
No, I mean, these are real people.
I feel like this might be when Doug has the argument with Larry Nickel about wrestling. That's what I'm sensing here.
I don't know.
Hello, gentlemen. Let's make some things clear. The email today sucks without me. This Buck Swope vehicle needs an elitist to chime in to keep the folk of the Jeffco province humbled.
Easy.
Jefferson County's a province?
I don't think it is.
I can guarantee you it's not.
Whether it's me or neighbor Licks, we need to be heard. Doug needs to stop wearing his Argyle boy panties to Orange Theory. I can't keep my tongue in my mouth. Nummy, 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 Dougie. Number 3, Sharon needs to know her role. Sharon, we as housewives need a little less attitude. We're just passengers reaping the financial benefits of a future failed marriage because of a wild night of hot bombs and infidelity with a busboy at Paso. At number 4, Jackie, I love you, but I expect an apology on your MICDS maypole take. I cannot wait to meet your beautiful girlfriend, and I hope our oiled legs get pretzeled post Aperol spritz and bridge. By appointment only. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Is that her in the picture?
And there's pictures of people paying bridge.
I'm not an Aperol spritz guy.
Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Doug, everyone was surprised the Cardinals didn't spend any money this offseason. Well, I figured out why. They're broke. No extra money to spare. Where did all the money go? Doug Vaughn's pocket. That's right. I guess Mr. DeWitt got one good look at Doug's rear end and decided to give him a blank check to go to bat for the Redbirds on these airwaves and Channel 4 every night. Well, except when he's on one of those 3-week vacations. I'm a little confused by Doug's take. They should rest the better players against the good teams because they don't have a good shot at winning, but we should not be happy with series wins unless they're putting together winning streaks. What the hell are you talking about? Falk was acquired in a trade. He wasn't a free agent. And learn the damn years, please. Tell the boys good luck. Hugs and kisses. That's from Joey Vitale's Face Dog.
Joey Vitale's Face Dog.
That's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling of the day.
Oh, boy, there wasn't much there. Holy smokes. I'm going to have to go with the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Same.
I liked, what was the first guy? Dave Ramsey.
Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling. We'll come back with more TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals play today. 12:15 is going to be the first pitch against the Pirates. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA, final segment, Mentality. If you're feeling like you're running empty, Mentality is here to help. Talk about why you might not feel like yourself. Well, it could be low energy, low motivation, fatigue, tired all the time, weight gain, muscle loss, especially belly fat, feeling anxious, moody, or irritable, lack of focus or mental clarity, low libido, which can strain relationships. Mentality can help. I've been out there. I've been tested. It's easy. You're in and out. Mentality this year. Stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's New Year offer is your chance to take back control. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to find out more information. It's mentalityhealth.com/radio. We got to go. BK and Ferrari up next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.